Hold on, let me prepare. Shit. I just drank a coffee. Ah. Oh, wait, yeah, stream. Hello, stream. Yeah, I'm doing it again. That's crazy. So, the first time I recorded this, the file got deleted, but now I'm not being stupid. Okay. Oh, maybe I might cough during it, but that's fine. Now I'm not being stupid. I have the recording and stuff. Okay, cool. But here we go again. This is section 4. I just made it say sec. I guess. This is section 4 of this escaping entropy. It's called the Spaxium mine. It's about the void. Thank you, Ethan, for helping me design the TRID. That would have been really annoying. And this is the link to this document. If you buy it, this is in the link, or this is in the file, so you can view the original if you wanted. Group 1. An honor given to the passengers of Hilla. They were the 3 beings that would be the start to the new era. The group was part of the largest space trip of all time, set to explore what was previously thought to be impossible. Their destination lay inside the void, a planet with a crust rich in undiscovered elements, all unique to the void region in their universe. It was a place so empty that it had taken multiple decades to even prove anything existed inside. It was strange that in a place so empty, one full of so few planets, one sat right at the entrance. It must have been too good to be true. Over 90 other regions had been discovered. Oh, wait. It was a place so empty that it had taken multiple decades to even prove anything existed inside. It was strange that in a place so empty, one full of so few planets, one sat right at the entrance. It must have been too good to be true. Over 90 regions had been discovered at this point, over a 6th being located by Yukon, who had also discovered the void. Once it was located, it sat, staring Yukon down until it had enough of waiting, so it took the mission into its own hands. Nothing from the void had ever been mined, so even charting it proved to be extremely impressive. Going there would provide a huge leap for all of Logika. I'm still warming up. The mission was simple. Station A would act as their home base. It was a biodome full of supplies and materials that would be situated directly above the largest pockets of void material. Since the readings of the planet were from so far away and were so bad, Jolkin programmed a software to scribe recurring readings from the planet and stitch them together as they approached. Since it glitched so often, it was vital to find the difference between glitch and reality. Jolkin had scripted and written almost all of the programs that the ship would run, while Colbert was the lead ship designer. They had all been specialists in space travel and were nominated for their jobs in a landslide success. It made sense, since they were the only ones running. The ship took over 3 decades to design and proof. Each room was designed to be packed with not only the utmost functionality, but convenience. Their layout was slaved over for weeks. Everything that needed to be accessible was right in the open, or in drawers with obvious labels, all provided where the Comlugs felt it would best fit. Even though the Hilla was designed for the Comlugs to travel in cryostasis the entire ride, it wasn't necessary. It allowed the Comlugs to set wake-up times so they could periodically check where they were if they wanted to during their trip. Each Comlug set a few. Jolkin's programs proved to be a massive success. being tested for months on end to chart substance makeup, among other qualities. Being given only the erratic readings of the planet, the program sifted through hundreds of billions of frames to match similarities. Its calculations estimated the planet to be composed of at least 19%. Its calculations estimated the planet to be composed of at least 19% uncharted elements, a record high among any planet in the entire universe. It was the best possible place to start. Most of the universe's unique elements hadn't physically been discovered, just theorized to exist based on universal laws and the behavior of its elements. Every region-specific element, RSE, has a quality that appears nowhere else in the universe, and these qualities cannot be predicted, only observed. If a domain of planets inside a region carries out laws of physics different from what could be explained with the matter within the central periodic table, it must be because of a regional element. These qualities can vary widely from being able to generate its own energy from nothing to being able to physically freeze time or support its own localized RSE-based life form. Where's that cursor? Numerous experiments were theorized to predict qualities based on universal coordinate locations, but none have ever worked. Besides a few outliers, the only way to find that quality was to either observe the element or to collect samples and run tests, so exploration and observation were usually the only ways to document these qualities. Yukon managed to devise the only working long-distance quality gauge. These were known as the universal quality tests. They tested things such as density, conductivity, reflectivity, etc., by measuring light waves and other signals from the region. One of the RSEs inside of the void region must be the rarest. Of the RSEs inside the void region, one must be the rarest, not just amongst the region, but in the entire universe. This meant that it was extremely valuable to the ever-growing catalog of elements and descriptions known as the periodic table, and its rarity would provide immense profit. The elements in the center of the periodic table were ubiquitous, scattered throughout the entire universe on its planets in roughly equal distribution. These central elements were apparently the building blocks of the previous universe, allowing the existence of the Comlugs to not conflict in any paradox. The ancients were smart when they chose this dimension to relocate to. Their decision is looked back on with endless praise by all historians learning of its intricacies. They were gods by definition, bringing a fallen world to light once again. But these legends have all been lost to time, so their authenticity is about as debatable as any religion. Some regions hadn't been explored, of course, but Yukon's atomic prediction methods allowed scientists to map them anyway and provide their qualities. Each region only had 3 unique elements. This was known as the triplet rule. So far, this conjecture had yet to be disproven. After endless studying, it could be proven that one of the elements inside the void had a semi-metallic structure. A semi-metallic element is an A semi-metallic element is an RSE that closely resembles metal. Usually they're high in density, ductile, malleable, etc. This element, given its property of jumbling radio signals into static, was named with the Lugic word for chaos and void, Spax. Spaxium wasn't normal, though, even for being in a class of elements that aren't supposed to be normal. It seemed to be more unstable than the rest, making it the more valuable resource of the 3. Okay, use the first take. The sporadic radio signals caused by these elements rendered the characteristics of the planet almost unreadable at the time of observation, so whatever happened would be a surprise. The mission's first order of business was to set up a base somewhere safe. The landing zone for Station A would be computed inside the Hilla by a program Julkin wrote. The computer would position Station A carefully over what it believed to be the safest location. After arriving on the location and dropping the base, the Comlugs needed to set it up as a viable place to live for future arrivals. They would set up generators and farms so they could live comfortably until receiving more supplies from Group 2. They had enough supplies to begin mining, but not enough to sustainably purify and package it. Once received, they could go mining for Spaxium. Both missions were expected to take a millennium to reach their target, traveling 400 light-years into the super void to land on Kippet. The void was super massive, so 400 light-years wasn't even a dent in the true size of it. Group 2 was scheduled to arrive after Group 1 had fully set up Station A. The base was packed with more than a decade's worth of supplies, so the 5-month gap was easily doable. Mingxia was the name of the supply ship Group 2 was using. Before Group 1 went into cryostasis, they were promised that Mingxia wouldn't arrive much later, since their ships would be flying at similar trajectories. Hilla was a self-flying craft, designed for the void and built to last hundreds of years after arrival, far outdoing even the lifetimes of its passengers. It had been equipped with the most advanced generators that could fit in a build of its size, mainly running on nuclear power since it far outdid gyrum coils in efficiency. It had taken a multitude of decades to develop. Its blueprint created some 40 years before its construction. Even the contrivance had taken 5 years to model. Its huge body was designed modularly to close off any room if a sudden drop in pressure was detected. The orbiter was designed to look like a black crystal. Purple caustics painted the black surface. Okay, wait. Get into a more comfortable position so my back is upright and I can speak better. So I don't fucking cough and shit. Yeah. Put my chair up. There we go. The crystal orbiter was held inside of a claw-like apparatus that housed the thrusters and the base. Oh my god. The base. The crystal orbiter was held inside of a claw-like apparatus that housed the thrusters and the base, all being built inside of a large gyroscopic ring to keep it stable as it flew through space, as well as providing the benefit of artificial gravity. The ship was too large to land on the surface of the planet, so they needed to get it into a stable orbit to drop base. As they woke up from their rest, this would be their duty. The ship would provide instruction along the way. Colbert winced as its body's vitals crept up to normal. It felt weird to finally be alive after so long. The ship alerted Colbert to get right to work. It didn't remember having woken up during the trip at all, but it just blamed it on memory loss or something. Cryostasis was a very new technology, so memory loss wasn't out of the realm of possibility. Colbert had gone under cryostasis before in training, but it seemed to be jarred more than usual. It somewhat expected this, but the thought that something had gone wrong was hard to shake. The trip should have felt longer. The Comlugs were technically completely dead the whole time, so it made sense that none of their senses worked, but Colbert couldn't even comprehend how much time a millennium was. Even the systems to revitalize the Comlugs seemed rushed, as if the planet had appeared suddenly. None of the Comlugs remembered having woken up during the trip. Okay, I put my chair up a little too far. It's a bit squeaky. I'm smiling. Every hour, the Hilla is supposed to send a progress report of its journey back to the observatories stationed around various planets at the edge of the void. A heartbeat signal. But the signal suddenly vanished. As soon as the Hilla entered the void, radio silence. not even preceded by a distress call. Red's mission control was... Oh. Red's mission control sends a signal to the Hilla, but of course the ship doesn't answer back. Once out of their cryostatic pods, the ship instructed the comlugs to keep to their post-travel plans. Each followed through, moving to their spots. Planet inbounds. Yukon, you redirect the ship. I'll look out for Kippet, Colbert administered, watching the blue location estimator lines flash as they analyzed the field of static on the screen, scanning each individual pop to average out Kippet's general position. It seemed almost frantic, as if it didn't quite have the data it needed for a good picture and the time it had left to gather one. All right, the comlug cracked through Colbert's personal intercom. It clicked off. Colbert looked toward the IR screen, watching as the planet came roughly to the center. The planet glitched on the screen, Yukon clicking back into the intercom to announce its vexation. It's very hard to steer toward. It's like Kippet's constantly jumping around. What's that supposed to mean? I don't know, Yukon cracked nervously. Seems kind of like the glitches we detected from Prime Observatory. I guess we're closer now, so they're a bit easier to see. Must be messing with the signal somehow. Well, I'll just tell you if we're heading for it. Stay on the call. Actually, I'll direct you toward Orbit Ring 3. We need to get far away just in case the gravity is stronger than we expected. I would say Orbit Ring 2 is probably fine, but just to be extra safe, let's stick with 3. The computer seems to just be spitting out random numbers at this point. With this quantity of Spaxium, we have no idea what Kippet's true gravity is. Kippet was in sight, but it didn't seem to reflect the locator scan quite as expected. The planet seemed to be completely different from what had been observed a millennia ago, being more than twice as massive as their previous conjecture. It would have made sense if the planet was slightly different, but it was in the middle of an empty space greater than 400 light-years wide, somehow accumulating almost enough matter to double its size in what was barely a flash in the sheer timescale of the planet's existence. An anomaly. What was stranger was how the locator scan acted up, detecting false geometric holes that burrowed through the planet and came out the opposite end. They would only last for a few frames, disappearing as new ones arrived on screen. Colbert pointed out the error to Yukon. Well, it isn't that bad. Maybe Spaxium's just really shiny, or it just absorbs the beam. That would actually make more sense. Maybe it's some kind of black body, Colbert pondered. It would have to be pretty perfect to be absorbing all of that beam. It's strange the computer is just downright saying it's a void. Are you sure it's not reflecting at all? I think you should crank up the intensity, Colbert spoke, clearly curious. It listened as a click played through the intercom, Kippet instantly becoming slightly more visible. It stopped, Colbert cracked. Good, Yukon replied, fixating on his monitors once again. Hey, Colbert spoke up. It seems we're closer than we thought. Crank sideways to enter orbit. We'll still have enough time to enter orbit 3, but you need to hurry. Chapter 1. Emergency Escape. The buttons won't register, Yukon cracked nervously. Get someone over here. Colbert clicked off, phoning line 23 where Jolkin was. It was reconnecting systems that had been turned off during travel. Jolk, Yuk needs you now. Hilla isn't entering orbit. Go help him get the connections working. Yukon and Jolkin worked closest to each other. Colbert worked at the front of the Hilla in the cockpit while Yukon and Jolkin were stationed toward the back end near the accelerators. If they looked out of the windows, they could clearly see Station A. Jolkin wasn't too good with tech, but Yukon could probably tell her what was wrong. Colbert stayed on the call with Jolkin, listening as she rushed over to the admin control room. Colbert had to stay in the cockpit so that it could tell everyone how close they were, but the nagging feeling that it could be doing something chewed at it almost as painfully as the error sound started. Oh. But the nagging feeling that it could be doing something chewed at it, almost pain. Oh my god. But the nagging feeling that it could be doing something chewed at it almost painfully as the error sound started to blast through the Hilla's main intercom system. An explosion shook the ship from the back, followed by the intercom announcing that all artificial gravity systems would be turned off for emergency mode. Colbert unstrapped from the piloting seat, wriggling out of the straps to push toward the hallway. Julkin, you need to make sure that the button has permissions to launch into orbit. You know the admin password. After that, press the button and push the throttle all the way up. It's too late for any other option. If we enter the atmosphere, enable Hex immediately to prevent the ship from getting destroyed or burned up. I unlocked the perms, Julkin said. The button won't register still. Is it even connected? Colbert yelled, flying through the main hall toward the back. Yes, Julkin cracked back. The spaceship's intercom came on again, quieting the alarms as it spoke. Warning, atmosphere incoming in 3,000 meters. Emergency escape capsules have been unlocked. Head to them immediately.
Who that? Who that what?
Hello. I should probably turn off audio. I love Spaxium. I needed his Spaxium. This is what they're doing. They're landing on the planet right now. Wait, I'm just gonna reread the entire, that again. Warning. Atmosphere incoming in 3,000 meters. Emergency escape capsules have been unlocked. Head to them immediately. Bottom thrusters will be activated to ensure a safe landing. Good luck. Colbert hurried, not to the escape pods, but to help Julkin and Yukon. It could make it to them if it went faster. Don't leave just yet, Colbert shouted, frantically pushing off the walls and halls to get to them. We won't, Julkin said, trying to act calm. It wasn't working. Activate the reverse thrusters now. All right, I'll try. The ship rattled as something started up. Did you get it? I think so, Julkin cracked. The blaring of the alarm begins to overpower its voice. Insufficient power, it said, sounding hopeless. Connect all the generators, then. 1,000 meters left. It's only been 10 seconds since 3,000. They can't generate enough to get us out, even if they were connected a minute ago. We have to abandon ship. We can still try. 600 left. All right, fine, Colbert cracked, the determination in its voice snuffing out like a burning stick pressed into dirt. Head to the escape pod. Tell Yukon to come too. The personal intercom clicked out, the blaring sound replacing both of the comlugs' voices. Colbert had made it to the control room, but headed past it to get to the escape pod, looking back as it floated down the hall to see both comlugs emerge and follow. The door to the escape pod had been open. It didn't take long for everyone to fit inside. Colbert pulled the lever that locks the escape pod to the Hilla, feeling the room detach. Fuel sufficient for escape thrusters. Initiating generator connections, the ship announced. Well then, Yukon uttered quietly, watching as the thrusters turned on from the window. The escape pod started to fall, pushing all of its passengers to the top. Yukon continued to watch the Hilla as its huge thrusters came on, the escape pod falling away from its port. Hilla headed for orbit ring 3. After a week of radio silence, Red found that the Hilla reported a planet nearby right before its heartbeat signals suddenly came to a halt. Logically assuming that the ship had crashed, Red launched a mission to look for the Hilla on the nearby planet. The escape pod's thrusters came on as it neared the ground. It hadn't been designed for higher gravity, so when it landed it wasn't gentle. For the most part, almost everything seemed okay. The walls in the escape pod opened, revealing a set of 3 spacesuits and what looked like a touchscreen that broke from the impact. Their CO2 tanks were big enough to sustain them for at least a week, and the walls had been filled with even more. They could last for a month. The escape pod was well packed, even though it was prepared well. Kippet was still unknown for the most part. They would have to stay inside until they figured out a way to survive for longer. Sure, the CO2 tanks had enough in them to last a month, but Group 2 would supposedly arrive in 5. The pod was prepared for 1 month at the maximum. The broken touchscreen was the remote to drop Station A, but it was broken now. The base was still firmly attached to the bottom of Hilla, waiting to be released by a signal that could only be sent by the comlugs or activated on board. Yukon and Colbert were the only ones that were supposed to go down, and they were supposed to do it with base falling alongside them, but Hilla was in orbit. Not in orbit 1 or 2, but 3. Hilla was far out in space and could even be drifting away slowly. Nice job, Julkin, Yukon cracked under his breath. Hey, it isn't my fault no one knows how to fix the routing. It's too bad Colbert can't get us there. It's too bad Colbert can't get to us fast enough. Excuse me? I was the one alerting you that we were off course. If I hadn't been there to advise you that we needed to head to Orbit 3, we would have crashed. So, what do we do now? Julkin asked into the room, but silence was the only answer it got in return. It was pretty out the window. The only light coming from the Hilla. A lost artifact gleaming its taunting glow as the only visible object outside, reduced down to a red light that blinked once every few seconds. Its light was shrouded by silhouettes of jaggedy mountains that managed to obscure its dim glow. Mountainous spikes stretched into the sky menacingly, reminding the comlugs of their dwindling hope. Once the Hilla dipped behind the horizon, the pitch-black nothingness was all that remained. The comlugs crowded to the window in the darkness, staring into the emptiness. A few dim lights glimmered behind them, reflecting off the metal window frame. They didn't illuminate much more than the almost pitch-black sky. The sky was so dark that it was impossible to see anything. Almost pitch-black? They didn't illuminate much more. They didn't illuminate much more than the pitch-black sky. The sky was so dark that it was impossible to see anything. The only other option was to see what was on the planet. The escape pod didn't have anything to generate electricity or energy, so they would need to somehow get some more gyrum so they could generate heat. They all knew that the planet was not a source, given that gyrum was an RSE. We have to go out, Yukon said. We can't just survive here until Group 2 arrives. You're right. There's probably something out there we can use. Let's get our suits on. There isn't much to do in here, Colbert said, turning from the window to go toward the spacesuits in the wall. They were lit by the dim lights positioned in the corners of the opening. The power source must have been very small if it could only power that much. Colbert reached in, unhooking its suit from the wall. The other comlugs reached in to do the same. Once everyone had their suits on, Colbert pulled open the first door. Everyone moved into the room, preparing for Colbert to raise it. Everyone moved into the room, preparing for Colbert to raise it back up so they could lower the second floor. Door! Preparing for Colbert to raise it back up so they could lower the second door. After a while, loud clicking came from below the door's slot. The door had gotten stuck, presumably disconnected from the track and caught underneath the ridge of the opening. Colbert sighed, reaching down to try and pull the door back up, feeling around for any kind of lip it could use to pry the door back out. Help me get this stupid thing up, Colbert cracked, looking around. The other comlugs bent down to help it out, but the door had already gone too far into the crag to reach. It was supposed to lock in place and then unlock when given power, but it didn't have any power. It's locked, Captain, Yukon cracked. We can't get it out unless we have power. It should be fine. It'll take a while to repair the main generators, but if we find a repair kit, we could get the doors working. Then the back-out remote to drop base should be good enough to use. It's broken, Jolkin added, opening the panel to check. Already tried to use it, but the base didn't drop. Could I get a light to see? Yukon's arm shifted. The light spot traversing the wall to illuminate the circuits inside. Oh, Jolkin muttered. It seems unrepairable, but I need to get a closer look when we get back. Let's get going, it cracked, prompting Yukon to reach down to the floor to open the second door. The light from Colbett's suit aided it in its search for the handle. It strained to pull it up, dismounting it from the almost broken lock as it slid up the track with a hideous screech, revealing what used to be just an endless blackness. Straining to see the world for the first time, their light cast tunnels through the frozen moistures in the air. The light cast tunnels through the frozen moisture in the air. The lights they had on their chests and hands would prove very handy. They didn't know how the... Oh my god. I don't know what's wrong. I had some caffeine. I had a lot of caffeine, dude. I had a cup of coffee, bro. And it's hot in here. Ugh. They didn't know how good the generators were, but they were clearly more powerful than the one in the escape pod. Light from their chests bled onto the ground, illuminating it to show its light purple color for what was probably the first time. It was a dull gray, accented by a dark purple from small crevices and scattered crystalline shards. Small pointy rocks dotted the ground, too. Pitch black stones that stuck out of the ground like knives. The Comlux suits would puncture if they rubbed against them too hard, so a careful step was essential. The gravity was quite strong for being situated in the middle of a vast void. It had seemed that entropy hadn't destroyed the planet at all, despite its dull color. The wind blew rather quickly. The Comlux could tell how cold it was when the water vapor from inside the escape pod instantly froze to small droplets of ice. The mist flowed out of the pod and into the world, blinding their view for a second. That's a little confusing, but okay. It was a surprise how the place even existed. It was a surprise how the place even existed. A planet consisting almost... Oh my god. A planet consisting of almost all the matter from a void greater than the size of a galaxy in any direction. The planet wasn't a dead place either. Sure, it was cold enough to freeze air solid and was pitch black, but everything else had been there. From the sounds of wind passing over rocks to what sounded like liquid flowing through a forest, it even sounded like there had been some grass in the distance. The suit intercom clicked on. Testing 1, 2, Yukon cracked, prompting the others to join the channel as well. Okay, I think we're all here now. This place is pretty. Whoa, look up! It seems this planet has life on it, Colbert announced, pointing its light up to look forward at what looked like a field. Watch your step. The ground isn't too friendly where we landed. Colbert looked at the screen on its left arm, looking at the map of Kippet that had been put together a few days before they arrived. The map was created with data collected from a scanner, and that's how they figured out how much Spaxium there truly was. The planet was suspected to be a glitch in its original scan, just because of how anomalous it was. A planet almost the size of Palm, located in the middle of a void that takes up more space than all the places life has observed combined. A void easily taking up more than half of the observable universe. It couldn't have been real, but there they were, standing on it after an entire millennium of sleeping. It would take an entire lifetime just for any kind of distress signal to reach civilization again. The space trip wasn't planned well. a 5-month gap between any kind of help. It wasn't good. And the mission could have gone worse, too. The Comlugs had been overestimated. Chapter 2, Life on Kippet. I should get some water. Not right now. It seems there's a small vein of exposed Spaxium over there. It seems to be relatively pure, which is strange. We need to be careful getting over there, though, since the rocks are sharp enough to puncture our suits. If we can collect it, it should be a pretty good sample to study. Colbert spoke into the spacesuit, its muffled cracks coming through to the other comlugs. There almost seemed to be some kind of static playing through the suits, but none of them really heard it. It just existed. Yukon, looking directly down at its feet to try and avoid stepping on the stones, was the next to speak. How are we going to study it? We have scanners, but we don't have any of these observation tech. We don't have any of the observation tech that Group 2 is bringing. We can only collect it for the most part. Oh, right, Colbert replied. I guess we could take it anyway and bring it back to the escape pod to study it. The chunk looked oddly perfect, its sides carved in perfect planes to sharp tips almost in the exact shape they predicted it to be, the exact shape the Comlugs had built the Hilla in. If you dig for it, you have to be careful about your suit. There are a lot of sharp rocks over there. You may need to clear out some of them with another rock. We came here for mining, but I guess they didn't think about the suit's durability that much. There also might be something over in that field. It sounds like there's a forest a little bit farther, but I think we should work on trying to get this Spaxium. Hey, look over there, Colbert cracked. Yukon turned to Colbert, who was pointing into the distance, its light shining harshly over a box. It fell out of the Hilla. It seems like it came from the storage room. There's probably something in it we could use. It's a shame the storage room got destroyed. I'll go see what it is. Over where the forest was, a low rumble rose from within the trees. Jolkin and Yukon's flashlights whipped toward the forest. They scoured them heavily for anything they could match the perception each of them had in mind. They stared into the blackness, their lights darting around, thin beams unable to locate the source of the sound. The wind had died down since they had been in the escape pod. Everything was so still. Silence. No wind. Nothing but the sounds of the Comlug's breath through the intercom and the quiet whirring of the mechanisms in their backpacks. The silence sounded forceful, a false security that hung in the air, just in the shadows their beams couldn't extend to. The Comlug's lights began to get brighter, illuminating far out in front of them. The Comlugs looked down to see what was wrong. None of them had cranked the power up, but they all got brighter at the same time. The lights got so bright that the forest was clearly visible. Something tall stood in front of the forest, almost the same height as the towering trees behind it. It was illuminated by their lights for less than a second. It looked almost exactly like the grotesque trees behind it, if it hadn't been staring at them with a large array of huge, colorless eyes, moving toward them quickly. Pushing the grass out of the way as it charged. Moving toward them quickly. Pushing the grass out of the way as it charged. It had only been a second before the lights burned out, casting them all in the overly quiet blackness of the world again. Shit! Yukon cracked. He had turned around and booked it. Colbert, run! Jolkin yelled, the intercom breaking off comms for its own announcement. Power insufficient. Backup power source. What the fuck? It sounds like I'm stuttering. Power insufficient. Backup power source and initiating. What happened? Colbert asked, abandoning its path to the box to try and locate the other two Comlugs. Colbert was the only one that hadn't seen the figure. Colbert stood still, listening to the static in its suit getting louder and louder. It was the only thing it could hear through the intercom. As Colbert listened, it heard a quiet gallop through the hiss. The gallop grew closer, growing louder, fast. Colbert almost fell backwards in fear, but it managed to turn away and run, listening as the galloping continued to get closer. It pushed harder, using all 6 limbs to push its body over the unknown surface beneath it. Colbert wouldn't have seen less with its eyes closed. The silence of the world pounded on them like hammers as static in their suits continued to rise in volume, getting harder to ignore with every step toward where they thought the escape pod had landed. None of the comlugs could hear each other in the pounding silence, their only plan being to keep racing into the blackness, every step an unknown. Jolkin popped into the intercom. The system barely had enough power to provide them even a bad connection. "Over here!" it screamed. Oh, that was a shitty scream. "Over here!" it screamed, the gravelly connection snapping into harsh attacking pops, cutting out the second before it could finish. None of the others could tell where the signal had come from, but Jolkin started to bang on the escape pod to provide the comlugs with a destination. The static tried to overcome the banging desperately, a final attempt to deafen the comlugs from any kind of crutch. They followed the battery, carelessly leaping through the sharp rocks toward their goal. As Colbert rushed toward it, colorful hallucinations danced over the blackness as if it had rubbed its eyes too hard, yet they remained wide open, grasping for any sign of reality. The static had mutated into a loud, crackly buzz, viciously presenting its fulminating display of sound that completely drowned out the patter of both entities' trampling steps. Whatever was chasing Colbert was an indeterminate distance behind it. Colbert ran blindly into the blackness, its mindful steps retiring to make way for its sheer speed. Jolkin beat against the exterior louder, desperately calling out for the comlugs to make it back. Once Colbert was near, it grasped the push-to-talk of the intercom, suppressing its heaving breaths to speak. "I'm almost there," it yelled, hoping the signal went through well enough to be understood. "Reading clearly," Jolkin replied. "Get in. The door's open." Colbert squeezed past Jolkin into the escape pod, poking its head back out so it could listen for Yukon. "Yuke!" it yelled through the intercom, noticing that the wind had picked up again. The static was abnormally loud. Colbert retreated into the escape pod, sitting down to catch its breath as it held the sides of its helmet to soothe the deafening static. Yukon cracked through the intercom, popping in and out of connection. "Don't close it," it said. A loud sound scratched through, followed by the sounds of Yukon gasping for air. He was louder than the wind. "Yukon, do you copy?" Jolkin yelled, waiting for a response as it held its head out of the escape pod, unable to see anything. Yukon began to screech horrible metallic screams as a low growl glitched through everyone's intercom static. "System emergency. Yukon Jimsel is in critical condition, suffering major blunt force trauma. Medical assistance is required immediately." The intercom spoke clearly. The static began to die down. It wasn't done yet. "System emergency. Colbert Clemmer has a punctured suit and is far below regulation temperature. Return to safety immediately to patch as soon as possible." Colbert looked down at its left arm, noticing that through all the madness the suit had been slashed. It was so cold that it hurt, and it would get worse if the door wasn't closed, but Yukon was still out there. Colbert's arm began to freeze solid, its skin hardening into ice as it felt its blood begin to solidify. Colbert winced, trying to cut off the blood flow by tightening the loop around its arm. The door was still open, and the sounds of Jolkin repeatedly banging on the outside of the escape pod echoed in Colbert's head. Jolkin didn't want to accept that Yukon was gone yet. Colbert couldn't patch the hole, but it could almost hold it closed. It couldn't feel its arm at all, but the pain of the intense cold bled all the way up its chest and into its neck, so it tightened the loop more. Colbert felt as if it would sever its arm if it tightened the loop anymore. It silently pleaded for Yukon to still be alive. A minute later, Jolkin gave up its yelling, the door slamming shut as she tumbled in. Okay. So basically, don't turn on your flashlights, guys. I'm gonna go get water. Flashlight scary. Okay, I'm back. I got a hefty glass of water. Clunk. Oh, head broken. Ow. The static over the intercom vanished the moment the door closed, leaving the room in complete silence. The displays in the spacesuits gradually came back on as the comlugs inspected them for any out of the ordinary recordings. Our generators were fried somehow. Oh my god, I gotta catch my breath, bro. I ran up the stairs. I'm really that. I'm joking. I was going pretty fast. Our generators were fried somehow, Jilkin cracked, looking over to the power generation graph to see its sudden plummet to 0. What fried them must have been whatever that thing was, Colbert replied, shaking in pain as it tried to catch its breath. It held its arm tightly against its chest, gritting its teeth as the cold pressed into its freezing skin like knives. We need heat, and I need water, Jolkin stammered. We have to disassemble the suits to get the gyrum out. We need this room to be at a safe temperature to take our helmets off, Colbert cracked. I can't see a thing. Turn on your light, Jolkin said. Colbert hesitated as it lifted its arm back up to turn on the light. It fizzled, so it tried again, failing. Light's dead. Hello. Yeah, hi, Flareon. Bro, my brain is dying. I have to take another sip. Bro, if I got boba, imagine me like getting to the bottom, just like reading this. It's like at the end of like a serious thing, and you're you know. I am I am okay though. I'm a little sick. I don't really know why. I guess it's because I was doing some stupid shit with like unsanitized things. I was like there was a joke. Oh my god, bro. There was a joke about licking your screen and like getting calories, and I like licked my screen and I was like, hey, I just got a calorie from that. I'm so stupid. Yeah, that's what happened. Dude, Vsauce is a bad role model. That's all I know. No. Absolutely, don't do that. I'll take my heater out. It's already warm enough in my suit. You clearly need it more than me right now. Here, I'll let you get it. Jolkin cracked, turning its back to Colbert, turning its back to Colbert. I'll have to do this in the dark. One-armed. One-armed. Fuck, how do you... I'll have to do this in the dark. One-armed. Colbert explored around to the back of the suit for the zipper, its thick gloves preventing it from feeling any of what it was searching for. Colbert found a bump, cognizing it to be the zipper's body. The bridge had bent upwards so far that the pole had fallen off. Colbert tried to get a hold of the object, but despite its effort, it could not budge the slider. Zipper terminology! I like zipper terminology. It's really stupid, though. Could not budge the slider. I can't get it, Colbert cracked. It tried to open the pack, wincing as its arm moved even the slightest amount. It looked for a way to take the pack apart without breaking anything, but it was too dark. I need light, it said, continuing to fumble with the pack. The cold grew worse, so it grew more desperate. It was sealed so tightly that the only way to get it open was to destroy it. Colbert reached over the seat, wriggling the metal footrest loose and snapping it off. Colbert plunged the sharp end into the backpack. Colbert reached in, trying to pry it open with its one arm. It felt around for the generator, ripping it out once it had a proper grip of it. The lights in Julkin's suit dimmed as its backup power source came into effect. Colbert held the generator in its arm, inspecting it to see if it had burnt out. It's completely fine, Colbert cracked. It's heating up right now. The loop still had enough power in it to dupe, but it needed to be protected. If both the comlugs got out their generators, they could supply each other with the power needed to generate enough heat to warm the entire room. So, basically these generators are made from a material called gyrum. It's not a very efficient way to generate electricity, but, it basically duplicates electricity so you can have infinite. But yeah. Take mine out too, Colbert cracked weakly, handing Julkin the footrest. Julkin did the same, ripping out the generator and passing it to Colbert. Colbert inspected it to see if it was burnt out. The generators are completely fine. It routed the snapped wires together, watching them begin to spark. The sparks were hot, but the noble gas in the air made them go out almost instantly. Are the suits still salvageable after what we did to them? Should be. The backpack doesn't connect to anything inside the suit. Should be. The backpack doesn't connect to anything inside the suit besides oxygen and power. The only thing we severed was the power, which we can likely solder back into place. We still have a chance, although it's pretty slim. You know, I honestly don't even want to try anymore, Julkin cracked quietly, feeling Colbert's arm to see how frozen it actually was. We've lost too much. Oh, come on. You know you're just saying that. Maybe I am, but we were just meant to get the ship into a stable orbit and set up for... We were just meant to get the ship into a stable orbit and set up base for Group 2. We weren't the important ones. Well, I don't really care anymore. We set up the future for the ones after us. We're the ones that will go down in history for being the first, even if nothing else goes successfully, Colbert said, smiling in the pitch black. None of that matters now. Of course not. Only thing that matters now is that we keep pushing. We have so much opportunity for greatness. We can't just rely on Group 2 to come along and save us. We trained for this for over 15 years. You're one to talk, Julkin said, sighing as she let Colbert's arm fall back to its side. What was that thing anyway? You made it sound like it was alive. I didn't see anything. I don't know, Julkin responded, leaning back against the wall. It started chasing us. It got Yukon. You heard that scratch on the intercom? I don't know what it did to him, but it got him somehow. I don't want to think of it. Oh, wait. I don't want to think of it. I gotta cut it off. I don't want to think of it, Colbert interrupted. We have things to take care of. The lights in the suit gradually came back on, illuminating their faces. Julkin's face was pale from shock. Colbert's was dark from the cold. They inspected themselves for other small rips they needed to patch, but Colbert was the only one with a rip in its suit. You feel it? The room's already warming up. Colbert turned to Julkin. We can do this. The wind returned, but it wasn't as strong as when they had landed. The escape pod was only about the size of one of the cleaning supply closets on the Hilla, but for 2 gyrum coils the size of a human hand, warming it up would take a while. That's the only reference for humans in the entire book, I think. Remember that box? Colbert cracked, wincing as it regained feeling in its shoulder. The pain from the cold actually hurt now that its nerves were functioning again. What about it? Julkin inquired. That box was full of electrical components, mostly gyrum wire and other basic electrical stuff. Chapter 3, Incurable Spax-Sepsis. We have to get to that box, Julkin cracked, sighing. I think we have to wait. My arm is hurting even more than when it froze. Colbert cracked, squirming as it tensed up and winced from the pain. I don't think it's just the cold doing it. The room is warm enough. I'm taking off my spacesuit. The room is 200 Kelvin. You'll freeze very fast. You're hallucinating. Well, the room's just gonna get warmer, isn't it? I can just unzip the arm to get a look at it. I don't know if I can handle it being in the suit anymore. It's swelling a lot. Okay, Julkin said, carefully reaching for the opening to start unzipping its arm. Hold up, someone wants to come in and listen or something. Hold up.
Did you want to go to the grocery store?
No.
You want to get something from the grocery store?
We need ice cream.
Okay. You want the cookie stuff?
We also need I don't know, some kind of snack. I guess popcorn works. Spicy ramen cups.
Like the stuff we got from Costco?
No, like the square packs we got that I say is better than.
I never don't know what you're talking about. Here, let me see your cup. I don't know.
You never don't know, so you should just
show me
know.
a picture.
Oh, okay. Shin ramen cup.
Okay, and then what kind of
It's-
spicy?
It says spicy on it. This is the spicy one, and then this is the bad one. Black.
Okay, and then the
Black
other
is
one
bad,
the
spicy
Shin.
good. Mhm.
Alright, Shin noodles.
It's in the Asian aisle, like under the drinks. So like, remember where I like reach up to the top shelf and get like the marble soda?
I know.
It's
remember.
down like to the side.
Okay.
You know.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll go get some of that and ice cream.
Yeah.
What about dinner tonight? Do the grill, do some corn on the cob.
Corn on the cob, some butter. Do we got butter? I don't know. I guess. Yeah, I can make apple cider again.
Okay.
But I don't know if there's much left. You might want to get one of those.
Okay.
Okay. See ya. Penny went with her. She's the dog. Okay, Jolkin said, carefully reaching for the opening to start unzipping its arm. The rip in its suit began to... burp. Or a hiccup, it was both. The rip in its suit began to spread open as Colbett's arm swelled. Its arm pale and covered in black spots where crystallized blood started to pierce the surface of the skin and poke through like needles. Not only did Colbett have frostbite as well, but its skin was tearing from the swelling. Jolkin, it hurts so much. Your arm is ripping itself apart, Jolkin said. I don't think it's safe to keep anymore. Well, that makes sense, Colbett cracked, stunned. They both sat in silence for a while before Jolkin finally spoke up. We have to do it before it gets warm enough to turn back to normal. Your nerves are not coming back. They were frozen solid. Your whole arm was. You can't recover from that. Okay, I read that like I was in pain. We have to do it before it gets warm enough to turn back to normal. Your nerves are not coming back. They were frozen solid. Why did bruh, can this stop? Like, ignore. There we go. Your nerves are not coming back. They were frozen solid. Your whole arm was. You can't recover from that. Okay, well, what are we gonna do? Tighten that loop around your arm real tight, Jolkin cracked, looking to the door of the escape pod. Jolkin pushed the door to the escape pod open, the strength of the wind catching it off guard and almost knocking it to the floor. It seemed a lot quieter from inside. Jolkin trembled as it stuck its arm out through the crack in the door, the cold stronger than before. It groaned in pain as the cold seeped through its ripped skin and began to re-solidify its blood. It started to shake in anticipation, waiting for Jolkin to slam the door shut. Do it already! Colbett yelled, needle-like pain shooting up its shoulder. A few more seconds, Jolkin yelled back, trying to be louder than the wind outside. Jolkin began to groan, wondering if the... Colbett began to groan, wondering if the door would snap through its bone. 3, 2, 1, Jolkin counted down, the wind outside whipping lashes deep into Colbett's frozen arm. It had almost completely solidified. The door creaked as it slammed down. Colbett held steady, the door colliding with its arm. The smash interrupted the roaring wind for a second. Colbett screamed, the sudden jolt disrupting the nerves that were still intact. It collapsed slightly. The pain the pain taking all of its strength just to suppress. Oops, didn't slam hard enough. We need to try again, Jolkin said. Colbett's shoulder was beginning to go numb from the cold as it glared at Jolkin. It stood up slowly, shaking on its weak legs as it extended its arm back out of the escape pod. Jolkin propped the door open more than it had before. The blackness stared them down, reminding them of their vulnerability. Jolkin flicked the suit's light on to look out and make sure they were alone, fumbling with it a little before pointing it out of the door. The wind was so loud that it masked the sounds of static that were beginning to intensify. As Jolkin scanned, it caught sight of something white resting in the grass close to the escape pod. Jolkin paused, focusing the light beam on the object. It was Yukon. Surprise struck Jolkin as it looked upon his body. He had been only meters from making it back safely. The static cracked, suddenly louder than before. Jolkin grabbed the door handle, quickly bringing it down upon Colbett's arm. Colbett's arm crumbled into chunks, blocks of ice falling to the ground outside the escape pod as it retreated back inside to get away from the door. It held its shoulder lightly, not wanting to touch what had been left behind. You... You let all the damn heat out again. Wait, that was actually a good take. You let all the damn heat out again, Colbett muttered. Its voice grew shaky. I thought you'd be in more pain, Colbett cracked, ignoring Oh my fucking god. Ignoring Colbett. Almost didn't feel a thing, it joked. Whatever that... Jeez. More water, I guess. Whatever that thing hunting us is, Jolkin cracked, despair robbing it of emotion. If I didn't close that door, I think it would have got me. Did you see it? I don't know, Jolkin quavered. The static was too damn loud. I had to close the door. Once my arm heats back up, I don't think it's gonna be pretty, Colbert pondered, cringing at the thought. The med kit is under the seats. What the heck was that sound? The med kit is under the seats. I can stop it from bleeding, but I don't know if we can seal it until later. The comlugs waited in the room, listening to the wind outside as it whipped and whistled, throwing small debris against the metallic surface of the escape pod. Jolkin reached under the escape pod's seat, dragging out the med kit and a bottle filled with ice. The light on its suit was the only thing in the room illuminating it. Everything beyond the windows didn't exist as far as they could tell, except for the dim red light blinking rhythmically. The last breath of a dying alarm. Even though they worked, their suits seemed to have been damaged. The light had burnt out, a result that only occurred if the connection melted past repair, yet they still worked. It worked, and that's all that mattered. Jolkin used its slightly dimmed beam to locate the med kit, pulling it out to retrieve a tourniquet and some bandages to cover the end. The suit could seal around Colbert's arm if it fumbled with the straps enough and pulled it to a close, but it needed to be capped off if it was to be protected. Generating heat was far too much of a problem for the comlugs to just leave to a tiny gyrum coils and suit heaters. Okay, welcome back from dog walking. Generating heat was far too much of a problem for the comlugs to just leave to the tiny gyrum coils and suit heaters. Oh, what you missed was Colbert, as it was running, it scratched open its suit and its arm froze solid, and they froze it again, and they chopped it off in the door. For the comlugs to just leave to the tiny gyrum coils and suit heaters. That box would be vital for the... Oh my fucking god. Generating heat was far too much of a problem for the comlugs to just leave to the tiny gyrum coils and suit heaters. That box would be vital to the comlugs' survival. Hopefully they could find some more food out there as well. Captain, Jolkin cracked as it shone its light over Colbert's mangled stub. I have to go get that box. Could you reinstall my heater so I can go back out? Generator. Could you reinstall my generator so I can go back out? Sure, but the connection will be bad. Tell me if you get an alert. It grabbed the heater from the floor. Fucking... It grabbed the generator from the floor, grabbing Jolkin and turning it to the light so it could see better. Colbert slotted the mechanism into place. It's working. While you're here, if you could prepare me some of that food stored in the walls. I haven't eaten in millennia, Jolkin said, smiling a little bit. Smiling a little? Just a bit. Yeah, smiling a bit. I haven't eaten in millennia, Jolkin said, smiling a bit. I'll try, Colbert replied, looking grim. Don't die or else you'll be the idiot. Colbert winced as Jolkin opened the door again, holding its arm away from the cold air and toward the gyrum coil sitting in the middle of the room. Wait! Colbert cracked through the intercom. I think that thing attacked us because we had lights. Try to stay in the dark. You remember the path. I'll watch your position from the satellite view on my map. The Hilla is just coming back around the planet's horizon, so there should be a signal. The ship is plotting safe spots to set up base, since it knows we can't drop base ourselves. The transmitter's broken. I'm surprised the receiver still works. I hope it finds a spot nearby to drop base. Sounds good. I'll try to stay connected on the intercom for as long as I can. Jolkin stepped out of the door and into the still air. The wind had disappeared without a notice. Colbert watched the map. The quality was terrible, most likely from the atmosphere, but it could still see Jolkin as she exited the escape pod. Although it was just a small blob within the intense static, it was still a point that Colbert could recognize. The static moved like waves, as if the landscape was shifting and wrinkling over on itself. Colbert could almost catch small three-dimensional forms, but just brushed it off on the wind moving the grass. The Hilla only had one reference point, so getting a good map of its topography would be impossible. The intercom cracked, most likely from some interference. Most likely from some interference, and then Colbert started looking for anything around Jolkin to see if it was okay. Jolkin had paused. The ruffling sounds from the spacesuit had ceased. Colbert remained silent, intently watching the map. Jolkin was far away from the box. Jolkin was far away from the box. I guess. Jolkin could not see anything, the inside of the spacesuit providing no light. She looked up into the sky, watching as the Hilla's dim light provided nothing but comfort that light even still existed. A groan came over from where Yukon's body had been. Jolkin remained in place. "You're good. What are you waiting for?" Colbert cracked, listening to Jolkin's breathing as it slowly sped up. "Yukon," Jolkin cracked quietly, looking over to where Yukon had been to see the tall figure. Okay, my eyes are going funny. Looking over toward where Yukon had been to see the tall figure. Only the silhouette of the tree-like figure had been visible, standing completely still. "There's a small error on the map. It seems to be about 5 meters away," Colbert cracked, listening as Jolkin exhaled. "It's the thing," Jolkin cracked, its voice too quiet to even enunciate its words properly. "Keep quiet and try to move past it. If it looks like it's noticed you, don't make a dash for it or try to cry out." Jolkin continued to move forward, feeling out in front of it to make sure that every step it made was safe. "Small rock patch to your right. You have to either go through it or go directly next to the thing. I don't want you getting cut up, and I don't think you should take your chances." "I'll go toward the creature," Jolkin said, shaking. It took another step, watching the silhouette with an unbreaking gaze as the gentle breeze caused the plants to sway. The Hilla wouldn't provide light for long, so Jolkin needed to hurry. "I'll tell you if I notice anything. If you make it past the creature, the box isn't that far away." Jolkin continued toward the creature, steering away from where it thought the rock patch had been. The ground was hard to navigate over because there was rocks it could step on. These creatures' legs sure can move fast. Pretty strange. These creatures' legs sure can move fast. It's pretty strange given they almost look like squid tentacles. If I'd have to name it, I'd name it the Trid. "I like that," Colbert cracked, nodding its head in agreement. "Tree squid. That's good." Oh wait, someone's outside my window. If you have like a window in your house that's like looking into another room or something, that's cool. Rich, seems. I don't know. I'm joking. We don't have that though. Tree squid. That's good. I really wish they made the boots to these things better, Jolkin complained, switching the subject when its boot became uncomfortable. "Yeah, but they were made for indoor wear, like inside of the base." "That is true, but how did they not expect us to walk around outside a little bit? They could have at least given it better. They could have at least given it better puncture protection or another layer. Keep going, Colbert said, the room becoming warm enough that the pain was strained. Oh, becoming warm enough so that it was comfortable. Becoming warm enough that it was comfortable. Keep going, Colbert said, the room becoming warm enough that it was comfortable. Its arm had been damaged so much that the pain was strange, almost as if it wasn't pain, just a constant reminder that something was wrong. Jolkin made it to the base of the entity. Its movement had slowed down so much that Colbert couldn't even tell it was moving from looking at the map. Jolkin touched the trid, halting as it waited for something to happen. I'm gonna see if I can fix the remote to drop Station A, Colbert cracked, unaware of Jolkin's situation. Jolkin heard what seemed like troubled breathing coming from beneath the creature. It was Yukon's breathing. He had been dead a moment ago, his vitals all none. How was he alive? The creature didn't move at Jolkin's tap, and after a while of waiting, it continued. Jolkin knew it was a trap. It knew Yukon wasn't really alive. It wanted to see Yukon to make sure that it was hearing correct. After brushing it off, something connected to the intercom. Through the intercom's bad connection, the comlugs heard a groan. It was Yukon. He was alive. Jeez, that was not a very good reading. Break, shall we? I guess. I have a a can of Rick and Morty energy drink. It's called Clone Serum. It's not good. I remember it sucked. It's empty, but yeah, it sucked. I don't know why I still have it though. I got it from like a Rocket Fizz or something. I think Rocket Fizz is just like an American chain or something. I don't know. But it's a good store. Dude, it's like hot in here. 29 of 78. That's pretty good. Okay, get into position, I guess. Keep going. The comlugs were speechless. Chapter 4, Miscommunications. The comlugs were speechless. Yukon had been dead for over 2 hours. His vitals just suddenly returning, all normal. Are you all right? Jolkin stammered. Yukon, suppressing intense pain, replied, No. It's okay, we'll get you out of there. Try to stay calm. I'll work on something to get you out. I'm assuming that you'll be fine while we work it out. Please be quick. Even though the hill's location had been narrowed down to one planet, the surface was gargantuan. A fleet of satellites wouldn't find it in months. Red wouldn't stop until the Hilla was found. The satellites were released rather quickly, though. Red's assembly lines building all 101 in just under 3 station days. The resources around Red's observatories proved to be more useful than expected. A few weeks later, the satellites still weren't turning up a thing. Red continued looking through satellite imagery for even a single sign of the ship, but none were found. Some rocks made of similar materials emerged on the screen as potential hits, but none were actually part of the ship. The more Red searched, the more it doubted that this was... Oh my god. The more Red searched, the more it doubted that this planet was where the ship had been. The Hilla didn't send a distress signal before its heartbeat ceased, so it must have been taken out quickly. Something in the void. Red coined the planet's name as Nefushi after the Lugic word for hope. and until the Hilla was located, Minksha would not be sent along for its mission. Yukon's labored breathing continued over the intercom as Jolkin turned around. It had an idea on how to free Yukon, but it had a high chance of killing him in the process. Jolkin remained silent as it continued to move toward the box. Jolkin had become less careful as it continued away, accidentally misjudging the height of one of the ledges. Jolkin's leg buckled, and it fell to the ground. Luckily not on any sharp rocks, but it was loud. The creature didn't move, so Jolkin got up. "I don't think it can hear me," Jolkin cracked, surprised. It looked for something it could pick up on the ground. After finding a small pile of rounded stones, Jolkin picked up a few and threw one at the creature. It landed on the ground next to it. The creature stayed still. Until Jolkin knew it was safe to try throwing a rock to hit the creature, it would get the box of electrical components to make a distraction just in case it gets aggravated. "Do you know what color the box was?" Jolkin asked, the connection beginning to buffer. "It was orange with a hint of white, meaning it also comes with some spare light bulbs." The perfect starter kit, isn't it? It's about time we made some progress. Keep going forward. There aren't any hindrances until what seems to be a small dip close to the box, so watch your step. "How close am I?" 10 meters, Colbert replied. "I could start getting the food together. It's basically a straight line. I guess you'd have to look out for a small tree on your left, but otherwise there's nothing to worry about." "The hill is about to go around the horizon again," Jolkin cracked, eyeing the red light in the sky. Its flashing became obscured for a second as the silhouette of a mountain revealed just how little time they had left. "Could you check the forest? I'll head to the box." Colbert stood up, searching the wall for the panel the food was stored behind. It checked the map, dragging the tip of its arm down on the screen until the forest came into view. Colbert's eyes twitched, believing that this wasn't the same forest it had pictured in its mind. The reading came through perfectly clear, perfectly still, as if it had frozen in time between lashes of static corruption to show only what was really there. The forest wasn't full of trees, but full of the creatures, dormant in a perfectly motionless slumber as they waited for anything to set them off. The creatures looked ghastly, pale, lanky trees loosely rooted to the ground, suspended above by invisible strings that stretched infinitely into the blackness. Suspended by invisible strings that stretched infinitely into the blackness above. Their legs, or whatever they were, seemed too weak to support their weight, but that must have been because of what they were made from. Muscle or whatever. Something cool to study once they could. But then there was a new question. What did they eat? A fully functional species on a planet in the middle of a vast cosmic nothingness. It couldn't have just been hibernating here for years. It had to have a sustainable source of energy. But how? Colbert opened up the panel in the wall, retrieving a bag of ready-to-eat pasta. Colbert needed some food too, as the last time it had eaten was right before it had gone under cryostatic comatose. It looked down at the map to check on It looked down at the map to check on Jolkin's progress, noticing that there was a small amount of carbon dioxide showing up near the escape pod. Before the hill had disappeared behind the horizon, Colbert scrolled down to see where it was coming from. It hoped that it wasn't coming from the creature, but the densest cloud of the breathable air was emanating directly from the creature that had taken Yukon. After Colbert had the pasta and the water it needed to rehydrate, it walked over to the gyrum coils, sitting on the floor. The map suddenly lost its signal. It could just restore a copy of it when it was connected, but now that the map wasn't live, it was impossible to tell Jolkin's position. The intercom was their only option, but the static could easily mess it up. Did you check it? I can't see the hill anymore. No, but I could check the map archives. And where are those stored? Oh, Colbert realized. The ship. If the signal didn't completely cut out, maybe this would be a little easier. It's okay, Colbert. I know where the box is. I'm surprised the radio frequencies aren't cracking as much as they were. Yeah, that creature is interesting, Colbert spoke, setting the pasta near the gyrum coils on the ground. I got the box, Jolkin cracked, static beginning to interrupt the signal strength again. Come on back, Jolkin, Colbert spoke, the static suddenly peaking in volume. Drop the box, Colbert yelled, listening as Jolkin dropped the box and rushed away from it. Jolkin stayed silent. Shut off electrical systems if that thing comes closer, Colbert instructed. Figuring out how these things work will help us a lot. Hi, Mobo. Figuring out how those things work will help a lot. It's not coming for me, Jolkin spoke curiously. It's looking at the ground. Something must be there. The static over the intercom started to oscillate, repeating patterns in the white noise. It began to get more cluttered, as if multiple of the same patterns were beginning to overlap. They're all following the first one. Stay back, they're going towards something. I can only hope it isn't you. The radio waves are moving from left to right, unless they're taking a strange path. I'm not the target. Do you think you could... Oh my god. What is happening? Do you think you could set up a light you could get away from quickly? Yeah, but it's in that box. I'll hold off now until I know that box isn't what they're going for. They probably want to get a hold of some kind of energy source. That's why they attacked Yukon. He had a light. In other words, a source of energy, and they wanted to get some of it too. Yeah, but it seems they can only detect light, not any other kind of sensory stimulant that could lead them to energy. They must be moving to some kind of light source then. And those signals must be a message that there's something to eat. They've been surviving off of something that emits light. If you can get over to where they're going before they reach it, you should get a picture, and please make sure the flash is off. Can do, Captain. Can do, Captain, Jolkin cracked. I'll leave the box while I go over. Remember, you're interfering with a very dangerous creature's food, so you have to be more careful than you were when you passed Yukon. We only have speculation on how they attack. I'll get the light from inside of the box just in case they charge me. Good idea, Colbert cracked. The food is done. When you get back here... Oh my gosh, bro. I have to drink water or something. When you get back, there will be enough for both of us. If you still don't feel like you have a purpose here, at least there's some good food here to motivate you. I'll be careful, don't worry. Colbert looked at its stub, the pain throbbing in its shoulder and chest. Its arm wasn't fully sealed, but the suit's built-in tourniquet provided enough of a seal that it didn't bleed. Colbert, Jolkin cracked, surprised. There's a crack in the ground. It's glowing over here. It's not shining very brightly, but I can tell there's something in there. Colbert didn't respond, removing its helmet to take its share of hot pasta, noticing that the room was warm. The gyrum coils had done a good job heating the room quickly. It had a nice texture, but the flavor seemed to have been diluted or something. The food was too wet and filled with obviously artificial flavor. A pungent sting accompanied its slimy texture as it danced around Colbert's tongue. Freeze-dried food never tastes as good as it did before. I'll get a quick peek inside, and then I'll leave it. Good idea, Colbert cracked, pondering as it took another bite. Is Yukon still on the intercom? It waited, chewing quietly. Doesn't matter. It sighed. Yukon wasn't going to escape without heavy consequences to either his life or his state of mind. He had been dead for over 2 hours, so it wasn't a reach to say that he had forever changed, suffering major brain damage at the very least. The promise of him still being alive was bait. Nothing but bait. Yukon Jimsel was dead. Yukon, do you copy? Colbert asked quietly. Not getting a response, a lump formed in its throat, burning all the way down to its chest. It took another bite of the spaghetti, but the lump didn't go away. What will his family think of his death, assuming they ever hear about it? The tragedy of Group 1. He studied hard and worked for this job his entire life, his entire existence dedicated to proving that he could be successful, his entire existence dedicated to proving that he could make a difference. And after all this studying, all of this dedication and hard work, what a nice payoff it must be to get struck down as soon as you leave the door. Yukon was the best of Group 1. Colbert had known him for much longer, having shared dreams of rocketry and space exploration to who was just a fellow co-worker in his old retail job, where it would spend most of its time pondering of the stars above. Back when civilization was limited to a mere 6 planets, it made a friend of Yukon. Yukon was rather expressive, almost too careless to hide anything of itself. It was a strange personality, too strange to have come about normally, too forthright and lively to have matured that way. So it asked, finding that its motivation had mainly stemmed from having grown up in Nightfall, a town still in its industrial phase. Natural law hadn't been cared about enough for anyone there to have been subject to anything other than pure and literal slavery. Picking up a job as soon as you hatched was actually not unheard of. Not only were the living conditions horrible, but when Nightler was overthrown by the people who were strong enough to fight, Nightfall became a ghost town, where everyone else had already fled to take flights on ships to go to first world planets and make their lives better. Yukon caught the unfortunate ship to Kinsea, a planet he received nothing but shunning and hatred from, having taken none of his belongings with him from his hell on Fanka, cast away to live in the ghettos of the cities. That was where he picked up the only job that would take him, the only place that cared enough to give even an alright pay to a refugee that had learned nothing but to work for someone greater. Yukon learned how to see the good side of everything. Looking up to the sky at the nearby planets always kept him going, because he always knew that he would get there someday. Colbert wanted to make the journey have a payoff more than what he ever expected. So Colbert approached Rotocentric Systems' expansion drive, making sure they had room for 2. I'm coming back, Colbert, Jokin cracked. I got a picture of the crack. The interior of it was coated in a bioluminescent growth. I'm surprised how it managed to get enough energy for itself to provide the light. It was actually rather bright. Yeah, Colbert replied flatly, barely paying enough. Oh, wait. Yeah, Colbert replied flatly, having barely paid attention to what Jolkin said. Open the box. The temperature is fine. Yukon, do you copy? Jolkin cracked. Yukon cut in. Yes. Oh, fuck, that's stupid. Yes. Yes. Its heaving breaths and fatigue shaping its voice into little more than breathy mumbling at best. How are you feeling? Jolkin cracked. Colbert could hear the hope in its voice, not wanting to be the one to ruin it. No different. Something's penetrated through my rib cage. Either that or it's been crushed. I'm so cold, but my insides feel hot and achy. I can smell my blood a little.
but most of my antenna got cut, so it's a bit hard. I remember running from something I saw in the forests. I was so close to making it back. I'm not quite sure where I am or what's on me, but it's making me breathe.
Are you still in pain?
Yeah, that's a stupid question. They've broken glass. There's broken glass everywhere inside my helmet. And I got a shard in my eye.
Your temperature is far below survivable, Jolkin cracked, confused. Your vitals are all normal, for the most part. Breathing rate, blood pressure, heart rate. But your temperature, you should be dead.
I honestly don't care.
Yukon cracked, shifting a little, the broken glass crunching beneath his skin.
Just get me out of here.
Jolkin opened the box, its contents tangled in wire and held in place by some foam that saved it from breaking. It was a wonder how the box survived the fall, falling through a thin atmosphere all the way to the surface, seemingly unscathed. Jolkin reached in, prying out the light bulb from its case and picking up the ring of wire, setting it down next to the creature on the soft ground. Jolkin looped the gyrum's connection, watching its screen as the suit's electromagnetic sensors picked up a charge. Excited, it connected one end to the light and the other to the switch. Holding the light carefully, Jolkin wrapped the final wire to the gyrum hook.
Yukon, I'm ready.
Only turn on the light if you're in danger, Colbert cracked, but Jolkin had other ideas. Oh fuck, that messed me up because I read it wrong. Jolkin cracked, but... Oh fucking Christ. Colbert cracked, but Jolkin had another idea. Jolkin set the contraption down in the grass, a small click popping through the speakers. Did you just... Colbert cracked as static filled the intercom, confirming its suspicion. Jolkin stood up quickly, looking around the horrible world as it literally watched on, noticing its every movement. Jolkin stayed there, the mechanical screaming through the intercom, nothing but white noise as it observed the unusual stillness sitting in the air, oblivious to what lay just out of the light's range. At this realization, Jolkin took off running toward the escape pod, passing various plants and shrubbery it hadn't or wouldn't have ever known were there without the help of the light. It ran until it melted into the rest of the blackness, existing as nothing but a rock as far as anything was concerned. Jolkin lowered itself, crouching in the shadows close to the escape pod. The rocks and shrubbery were only visible as silhouettes in the distance, silently casting pitch-black shadows over the pale ground. The gentle breeze shifted their shadows, the entire world lunging toward Jolkin as its heart pounded in the silenced suit. Jolkin ducked behind a large rock, peeking around it to get a view of the creature that had taken Yukon so mercilessly. A black stone was embedded into the surface of the creature, its veiny skin black around the edges, dying off as it fed its energy into the stone. The Trid's veins moved beneath its skin like worms, curving black lines stretching and pulling beneath the surface. The stone rotated around the Trid's lean body to face the light, its veins dragging the shard through the surface of its skin as if it were a loose fluid. The stone embedded in its flesh seemed to be bleeding a poison into the decaying flesh surrounding it, the black seeping into the tainted veins around it. The static's volume increased with the light's brightness. Jolkin had to reassure itself that it was safe. Its eyes broke from the intense search for movement to the base of the creature. Yukon was positioned loosely under it, its limbs pinned down by what looked like roots. Yukon's arms and legs had snapped, being bent so far to the side that they completely dislocated from his skeleton. He was pinned to the ground. His suit had not only been ripped open by the roots, but a few even dug into his chest. The creature remained still as Jolkin listened to the static begin to oscillate and form into a pattern. It was similar to the one it heard when the creatures moved toward the glowing crack, but the static was much more powerful.
The creature was alerting the others that a light source was near. "Idiot!" Colbert yelled through the intercom, the static overcoming its voice. Colbert abandoned its task as it opened the door, all of the heat beginning to escape. The light on the surface was beautiful. Colbert could see the creature on Yukon clearly, but Jolkin was nowhere to be found. Colbert looked around frantically for Jolkin in the light, and as the light continued to get brighter, the static had grown louder than they could handle. Chapter 5. Bonsai Pruning. Why the fuck is it off-center? Oh, that's why. Chapter 5. Bonsai Pruning. The microphones had a volume limit, but the intercom systems didn't. If they received a radio signal of a similar frequency, it would just play it. The speakers in those things were built to be loud enough that a deaf could hear. The volume was adjustable, but the knob wasn't easily accessible, so Colbert had to deal with the deafening sound and wait for it to be over. Colbert noticed something begin to approach the light. It was small, seemingly weak. As it approached, the light flickered and got dimmer. The static got quieter as a result. This creature was different, still attracted to the light, but it looked harmless. It had 4 extremely long legs, almost as if it had adapted to step on or between sharp rocks. It was a beautiful creature, mostly black and purple in appearance, but it had hints of a lighter cyan scattered about it in random patterns. In some places stripes, in others speckles or spots. The creature had tall plant-like growths atop its back and head. They almost looked like mushrooms, but were covered in vines that matched their color. 2 giant leaves grew from the vines on its head and curled over its face, most likely to replace the need for eyes. Each leaf had a small black stone in the center, much like the taller creatures. The stone was much smaller than the one on the trid, but it seemed to serve the same purpose. The leaves on the creature faced toward the light as it continued to approach it. Its leaves flowed gently, taking in the light from the bulb. Hello. The mushrooms seemed to act as support for the vines that grew on them. Their gills were cyan, just like the patterns on the rest of its body. As Colbert watched from the silence, it could see another. The patterns lit up dimly, pulsating down its skin. The first one sat down by the light, and the second made its way over to it as well. The static had died down greatly, and the dim light was almost completely blocked by their leaves as they sat by it. The static had ceased, and Colbert watched as the creatures turned their leaves to face the opposite direction. The static was barely audible. "What are you doing?" "Oh wait, What are you doing?" Yukon cracked, alleviating the sound of the static. It groaned in pain. "Hold tight, I'll be there soon," Jolkin cracked, the static evening off into a quiet buzz. As this happened, the light began to get brighter. Jolkin stepped out from behind the bush, avoiding the light by staying in the shade. Jolkin got behind the creature Yukon was under. "I'm here now, Yukon. I'll try to push the thing off you." Jolkin looked under the creature to see where Yukon was. He couldn't even see Jolkin. A root-like arm extended into his abdomen, but he wasn't bleeding at all. It pumped slowly, and Jolkin could see liquid flowing through it. Jolkin grabbed the root hard, pulling on it. Yukon's breath slowed as he tensed up from the pain. Jolkin wanted to be careful, but when nothing moved, Jolkin pulled harder. The root popped off of something. Yukon screamed, so Jolkin stopped pulling. "I'm gonna scan the root, Yukon. I have to make sure that when I pull it out, you won't bleed out." Okay, that's kind of stupid. Pull it off. "I have to make sure that when I pull it off, you won't bleed out," Jolkin said, frantically fumbling with the interface in its suit to turn on the same scanner it used to find the Spaxium chunk in the ground. The scanner wasn't quite an X-ray, but it was similar.
It sent out 2 wavelengths of light that nothing would reflect until it collided with the other wavelength. Instead of getting absorbed when it's in its split state, the light penetrates through until it meets up with the other wavelength, where it is then reflected. Each element reflects a different color, and a tiny computer is able to sort out those colors and decide which element is which, where the screen displays the object and what it's made from. Julkin turned it on, moving it around Yukon's body to scan a 3D map of his chest. Once it finished the outside, it started scanning deeper into his body to map out where the root dug into him. As the screen slowly filled with the map, a blur appeared where Yukon's heart had been, signifying that it had been beating. The root was similar to Yukon's flesh, but it was darker, and the elemental detection seemed to mess up. Spaxium wasn't in its system yet, so it just showed up as a black static, which allowed some identification between it and the rest. Julkin followed the root down, seeing that it branched off into a vein-like net that spread through Yukon's entire torso. Not only was it impossible to just pull out, but at a faster scan rate, Julkin noticed that there was a liquid flowing through the smaller roots, connected directly into Yukon's circulatory system. The larger root diverged into 2, puncturing Yukon's lungs and pumping air in and out of them. It was breathing for him, controlling every aspect of his mortality. Julkin stared at the screen, its eyes losing focus in shock. Julkin froze in place, listening to Yukon breathe. A tear slid down Julkin's cheek as all its hope disappeared as well. "I don't want to live like this," Yukon cracked, understanding Julkin's silence, understanding what it meant. He hadn't come there to die. Julkin stopped, looking at Yukon's mangled body. His arms and legs had been broken and contorted in ways that would leave him permanently disabled, even if getting him out was an option. Colbert watched from the darkness, listening to Julkin realize exactly what it had as well. "Julkin," Colbert cracked over the intercom. "It's useless." Julkin backed away from the creature to stare at Yukon. It looked at him, his white helmet barely visible in the darkness. It peeked out from under the creature sat on top of him. There was only one way out of it for him. Julkin bent down to Yukon, taking hold of his helmet. "We can't let him die," Colbert cracked, knowing what Julkin was thinking. "Yukon is somehow being used to create breathable air, and we can't just let that go. We need to wait for the Hilla to arrive back around the horizon so we can see a map and look for another way to get air." Yukon stayed quiet. Other than his labored breathing and clear agony, he would be there until the Kamluks can find a way to put him out of his misery without eliminating their possibilities of survival. They were good on food for enough time and to begin growing some. But that would take a while. After what happened to Colbert's arm, hunting for food was too dangerous to consider. If the remote would actually work, dropping a greenhouse could work. Dropping a greenhouse would be a good option. There should have been more backups to this. "I'm gonna retrieve the light," Julkin cracked, looking back to Yukon one last time as it carefully began to approach the light bulb it set up. Julkin watched the creatures surrounding it intensely, ready to bolt at any sign of attack. They remained still, their leaves hovering over the bulb gently. Julkin took out the scanner, holding it up to the back of the creature's leaf, aiming it directly at the stone. Julkin knew it would probably be able to detect the light, but since it didn't attack the light bulb, it should be safe, unless it has some sort of evolutionary reason to attack anything of that specific frequency. Julkin turned it on hesitantly, watching the map begin to form pixel by pixel. The pixels filled the screen, appearing in random spots as they fell in the shape of the creature it was scanning. The leaf formed, but the stone in the center didn't, appearing as the black static it had before. The leaf reached out toward the scanner gently, but Jolkin continued.
Have you seen the sky?
Yukon cut into the intercom, his voice weak.
No,
Jolkin cracked, continuing to scan.
It's too dark. There aren't any stars.
Well, Jolkin said, what are you getting at?
I don't know. Just something to think about other than... you know.
Months went into searching for the Hilla on Nefushi. Failure after failure slowly depleted Red's desire to continue. The last resort was now the only option. The Hilla followed a very straightforward and predictable path, so following it shouldn't be that hard. A direct connection would be held between both parties during the mission, and at any sign of connection loss, the ship would immediately turn back. The black stone in the center was abnormally glitchy, seeming to stutter and jump around the screen. Its position was undefinable to the scanner, but it seemed to be pure Spaxium. A perfect crystal formed right in the center for Jolkin to take. The hill is coming back, Colbert cracked. I'll check the map. The small organism has 2 large stones in the center of what looks to be spike leaves. What the fuck, spike? I don't know where I got that from. The small organism has 2 large stones in the center of what looks to be leaves. I scanned them and they seem to be entirely made of Spaxium. It would be good for a specimen. If it is pure, we should take it. Make sure it doesn't get through your suit and make us have to cut your arm off too. Copy that, Jolkin cracked, keeping its eye on the thing. It was rather cute up close, and when Jolkin's arm brushed against it, it pushed itself against its arm and crooned gently to its touch. It was friendly. Amused, Jolkin reached out and stroked its back, watching as the teal patterns on its side flashed to its touch. Jolkin's intercom picked up the radio signals from them, but they were way calmer and friendly than the sounds the larger creatures made. Colbert, Jolkin cracked. It's friendly. The other plants surrounding the light lit up as well, matching the patterns of the one Jolkin had touched. Jolkin, you need to stop right now, Colbert pointed out. Check your surroundings. Jolkin looked around. It was inside a circle of trees. Jolkin reached out to the stone, grabbing it and tugging as hard as possible. The plant's leaves whipped back, revealing a hideous mouth filled with tendrils. Jolkin ripped the stone off and fell back, the chaotic static immediately overcoming the intercom. The plant shrieked loudly as its leaves continued to part, exposing its inner bone structure. The tendrils inside flicked back and forth, sharp blades lining the insides of each one. The place where the stone had been was leaking teal fluid. The plant's tendrils reached up to cover the spewing hole. The light began to get brighter, causing the static to get louder as a result. Then it began to fluctuate as it had before. "Break the light!" Colbert cried, a static immediately drowning out its voice. Jolkin kicked at the plant to hold it back. The others guarded the light from Jolkin, so the only way to get at it was by throwing something. The Spaxium chunk. Was it too precious to lose? There was nothing else for Jolkin to grab. It wanted to cry out, but anything would be masked by the static. Jolkin held onto the Spaxium tightly, looking for another way to turn it off. The plant lunged at Jolkin, so it jumped out of the way. Jolkin looked back, seeing the side of the plant had now been illuminated. It sat in place, its leaves turning from side to side. It looked for a signal that Jolkin knew its suit produced. Jolkin looked at the emergency shut-off button on its display hesitantly. Colbert watched from the entrance of the escape pod. The circle of trees surrounding the light linked up to form an impenetrable wall. Their shadows fell on the black ground, stretching out so far they merged into the rest of the darkness. The trees were pale, lifeless,
worshippers to this new source of life. Colbert only knew of one way to possibly help. It turned on the light in its suit, pointing it directly at the trees. The trees started twitching, recognizing that there had been another source of energy. They shifted for a moment, but ended up remaining in place. Colbert had turned the light to maximum brightness, but the creatures didn't budge. Colbert watched on, joining the trees as an observer. It had no power. Then all of a sudden, the light in the center went out, leaving Colbert's light as the brightest object there. Jolkin pressed the button, clicking confirm to power it off. The intercom immediately shut down, leaving a heavy silence in the air. Every sound but the intense wind had hushed. Jolkin sat in place, panting heavily. The light in the center had gone out as well, but there had been another near the escape pod for a brief period. Jolkin stayed still, the wind so loud it couldn't hear its own movements, so it couldn't tell if the plants were coming or not. That's kind of contradictory. That's fine. I don't care. Jolkin continued listening for anything, hearing shuffling as the trees passed. They were heading toward the escape pod. Contradictory. Yeah. Colbert quickly scrambled to shut off its light, watching the creatures in the circle turn their attention to it before it was off. Colbert backed into the escape pod, grabbing the door tightly and pulling it closed. "Jolkin, do you copy?" Colbert yelled. The static had ceased, leaving a heavy ringing in its antenna. Colbert concentrated on the intercom, listening for any sign that Jolkin was still alive. It could barely hear the frantic banging from the creatures outside trying to get to the light. "Jolkin!" The tree on top of Yukon was getting heavier. He listened to it as it seemed to rumble. It wasn't just keeping him alive, it was using him for its benefit. A parasite. Yukon's mind had gone numb. Hopeless thoughts of getting out plagued him, each getting struck down with the simple logic that he will die if he does. He was nothing but a host, being used and kept alive so that this plant could get what it wanted. But what was it that the plant wanted? Energy? Food? It must have been using his body for something. Hold on. What? Jolkin moved away slowly, feeling its way around. It needed to get away as far as possible. The creatures most likely moved toward the escape pod, so back into the call. What? So, Jolkin joined. Feeling its way around, it needed to get away as far as possible. The creatures most likely moved toward the escape pod, so Jolkin joined back into the call. "Colbert, I'm okay," it called out gleefully. Colbert exhaled in relief. "I had to shut off my intercom. They can detect radio waves. Just happens to be that ours have a different pattern than theirs, so it's easy for them to tell it's us. I can't stay on for long, so give me what I still need to do, and I'll come back once I have. Once I've done it." Oh, no I. Where the fuck? Thank you for the follow. Okay. "So give me what I still need to do, and I'll come back once I've done it." "Alright," Colbert cracked, looking at its map. "They can probably only detect you while you're transmitting, so if you just listen, you should be fine. I see another box on the map. It must have fallen from the Hilla as well. I'll keep looking for these. You go see what's inside." "Gotcha," Jolkin replied, Yukon taking the intercom. "Hey, this thing's doing something. You might want to check on it. Do you think it's safe to come outside, or Is the cap on your arm not sealed well enough? Jolkin inquired, already set on its job. I don't know. Those crystals really hurt. I don't know. Those crystals really hurt. I'm still in shock from it, but I think I could come out. You seem to know what you're doing well enough. Any readings on what's inside the box? I'll go get it, but I don't want to see what Yukon's talking. What the fuck? I'm bad. Any readings on what's inside the box? I'll go get it, but I want to see what Yukon's talking about first. Can the creatures detect your scanner? I'm not sure. They seem to be able to detect visible light and our radio signals, but they didn't respond to the scanner. Alright, go to Yukon first. There seems to be a gathering of Trid by the box, so it's not quite safe yet. They're moving slowly to the east. I think that's where you found the glowing crack. Colbert scrolled over the map, analyzing each landmark so it could remember what the planet looked like after the Hilla disappeared. Where's Hilla? Colbert cracked in, examining Jolkin on the map. You're safe to speak, nothing's near. It squinted, staring into the dark sky and looking for any sign of light. It's about two-thirds of the way through the sky. I'll say we have about 15 minutes. Alright, I guess go to the box first then. Guys! Yukon cut in. It's moving now. I think it's... Yukon stopped, his breath stifling as something shifted, his fruitless struggling being broken up by the occasional click of static. Yukon! Jolkin shouted, getting up quickly and hurrying to where he laid. Yukon was asphyxiating. Chapter 6. Scan complete. Oh, this is where shit gets bad. Operation Lafushi, Hope to Locate, had been launched. The same ship that had been used to orbit Nifushi would now take on the role of searching for it in the void. The Hilla. The same ship that had been used to orbit Nifushi would now take on the role of searching for the Hilla in the void. It would take 5 months and 7 members to guide to the location that the Hilla's signal cut out. On arrival, it would check its surroundings to see if anything could guide them to the Hilla, but the void had to be cautioned. Jolkin found Yukon's head, pushing the creature the opposite way to alleviate some of the pressure holding his air pipe closed. He gasped, air rushing into his lungs. It's giving birth, he cracked, catching his breath. A quiet static became audible, and Jolkin could hear something moving behind the tree. I'll prop the tree up so it doesn't crush you, Jolkin said. Hold your breath for a second. There's a small outcrop on the tree. There's a small outcrop on the other end of the tree if you want to run and go get a rock really quick, Colbert pointed out. All right, Jolkin cracked. Hang tight, Yuke, it said, slowly releasing its grip on the tree and lowering it back onto him. As soon as Jolkin fully let go, it heard a wet explosion from the other side of the tree. The hell? Colbert cracked, leaning toward the screen, transfixed on the map. That's not good. Oh, come on, Captain. What is it this time? Something's coming out of the Trid. It looks like a bunch of mess, but it's moving like little insects. Looks disgusting. Seems like it just gave birth. Go get that rock and be quick. Jolkin felt its way through the tree. Jolkin felt its way around the tree, the static getting louder as the tree was no longer in its way. The static's demonic screeching irritated Jolkin's antenna, much like a sharp piece of metal clashing against another. Disgusted, Jolkin continued to search the pitch black for a loose rock. The box is full of some pretty good stuff, Colbert cracked. Looks like an air pump or something landed next to it. If we could get that, we could probably tap into whatever is producing this carbon dioxide. My tanks are pretty low. I bet yours are even lower. I'll bet it'll be a bit... Oh my god. It'll be a bit hard in the dark, but I think if you used your scanner, you could tell if it's going to the right place. Colbert zoomed in on the box and the air pump, trying to see if they were actually what it thought. Then the map went dark, a no signal box flashing at the center of the screen. Dang, the map's out. It's fine. I'll get it once Yukon is safe, Jolkin cracked, stepping on an unstable rock, causing it to move. It caught itself, quickly rolling the rock over to Yukon's side. It lifted the tree again, rolling the rock underneath to keep it from suffocating him. You have to figure out a way to deal with those creatures, or just make sure they're not going to get in the way. Remember, try not to use your intercom that much. I can give you directions to the box. It's in the forest, so you won't be able to use your intercom safely, so try to stick to my directions. I'll give them to you slowly. Colbert cracked, waiting for Jolkin to internalize it. You should still be able to use your compass, so I'll use some landmarks I remember seeing. The tree should be to the northwest right now. Go around the tree to your right, and then go straight for about 30 steps. Jolkin did as Colbert asked, feeling around the tree. It could easily attack and kill Jolkin, and it wouldn't even know what hit her. Carbon dioxide low, Jolkin's medical surveillance announced. Please replace the tank at the earliest convenience. Jolkin checked its pressure as it walked. It was at 10%. Jolkin wanted to ask Colbert if it could prepare another tank for it when it got back. But it had already arrived in the forest Colbert described. If you're there, Colbert started, pausing. It was unsure if Jolkin had truly made it. Take a right turn. The box is in the forest a tiny bit. I recommend shutting off your comms to avoid any chance of sending signals. I'll stay on, but when you shut off your receivers, it might send a signal. Make sure you aren't near any trees. Jolkin could hear the branches above moving in between Colbert's drawn-out sentences, carefully listening for any lead. The breeze picked up through the pitch black woods. It imagined all of their eyes darting around and searching for any kind of signal. Jolkin was in a place where any signal it produced would give it away. The trees seemed to produce a quiet white noise, but Jolkin could not replicate that to save its life. Jolkin needed to move slowly, making sure it seemed like a rock. The tread on top of Yukon didn't seem to care about light, but it was preoccupied, feeding off of Yukon. A large moving body not producing any radio signals might still be a dead giveaway, but Jolkin could only hope. It would be better if Jolkin could figure out a way to mimic the signals it received to sound like them, but it didn't have the tech to do that. Jolkin was the tech-savvy one, but the only way to write code was to do that. Was to use the computers packed inside Station A or in the control room of the Hilla. Tubes and pumps for filling up carbon dioxide tanks were inside the box. The only source of carbon dioxide was Yukon, so unless Colbert found another source, Yukon needed to stay alive. Jolkin didn't want to imagine what needed to be done if no other source was found. Killing Yukon was the right thing to do, but what if he was the only way for them to survive? Jolkin felt tense, a knot forming in its stomach that wrenched its entire soul. It wanted to go slow, dragging out its inevitable death, or even until the Hilla came back around the planet, but its air tanks were too low. It would be easier to feed the oxygen output back into its own lungs. But these tanks were only designed to feed the comlugs their evolutionarily adapted air intake and treat their air output as waste and nothing but waste. Their carbon reserves were left inside the Hilla. A fire sounded like a nice luxury, but it was only something to dream about. Julkin hesitated, the option to disable comms displaying on the bottom right of the visor's HUD. Julkin hovered over it. Oh my god, I've never said HUD before. Displaying on the bottom right of the visor's HUD. Julkin hovered over it, the cursor blinking with the indication that the option could be selected. It could picture the lab, all the pre-mission training it had gone through, and all the comlogs it had bested, pursuing through thick and thin to arrive where it had been now. Colbert was good too, even better than Julkin. Colbert was someone to look up to, a friend that needed to be held close. They met during a group meeting between Red and Orange Beam, as it had previously been a dimensional charter, exploring the coordinates of the multiverse to chart its most interesting locations. But when it met Colbert and Yukon, everything changed. Oh, wait. As Julkin. Dude! What if... Oh. I don't know. What if Julkin was, like, one of the founders of Orange Beam? Or, like, his, like, grandpa or something. I don't know. They live a long life. That'd be awesome, dude. If Julkin was, like, in the first section. Ooh! That would fucking slap. Or if Julkin's, like, dad. Or, like, clearly from the same family. Oh, my God. My dog is barking. That is so cool. Julkin's great grandfather was one of the founders of Orange Beam. Include a name like On. Balcon. I fucking know. Or something in Universe Collapse. Okay, I gotta fill up my water again. Bro, this thing is tiny. Don't make fun of it.
Okay. Ooh. I just realized the character development is actually really good. I like the story. There's some weird ass grammar, but it's fun. They met during... Wait, where was I? Exploring the coordinates of the multiverse to chart it. Oh, wait. They met during a group meeting between Red and Orange Beam, as Julkin had previously been a dimensional charter, exploring the coordinates of the multiverse to chart its most interesting locations. But when it met Colbert and Yukon, everything changed. Colbert was a sweet comlug and a friend to all. There was no doubt Colbert was the one... Oh my god. There was no... Okay, my dog wants in. Colbert was a sweet comlug and a friend to all. There was no doubt Colbert was one of the main reasons Julkin decided to quit its job and join Red, because of how much Colbert could be looked up to. Colbert was a strong leader, single-handedly lifting Yukon from his hell and elevating him to becoming a passionate explorer. Yukon had discovered so much. How many... Yeah, I guess it doesn't say how many regions he discovered. Yukon had discovered so much, all of which had been extremely beneficial to business around the multiverse. Both of them were celebrities in its eyes, and they both felt similar about Julkin. Their friendship was something Julkin needed desperately after coming of age. At first it was just a relationship between businesses that shouldn't have been, but it ended up morphing into a friendship that stuck them together like glue. Julkin was the youngest one there, having joined Orange Beam at the age of 27 and only having worked there for 5 years. It hadn't even reached its adult stage yet, and it had already landed a spot alongside Yukon and Colbert in their journey into one of the regions everybody else was too scared to touch. My breath was gone. Landed a spot along Yukon and Colbert in their journey into one of the regions everyone else was too scared to touch. Colbert invented a lot of tech for the ship, from the generator amplifiers to the actual thrusters themselves. The mission would be impossible without it. A lot happened to lead up to this moment, and this could very well have been the end. Julkin was surrounded by trees, each of them searching desperately for a signal, their droning hum oscillating in volume. A quiet white noise hissing gently forever. Julkin clicked the button, listening as silence overcame the humming. It took a deep breath, taking its first step into the forest. Julkin moved intentionally, each step cautious. It stared down at its feet, looking for any signs of light that could give it away. Its HUD display was the only sign of its suit. The only sign its suit was still functional. Julkin froze when it heard a movement in the distance. It was only a small shift, but Julkin didn't know. It couldn't hear its own footsteps, so something else could be lurking in the darkness, approaching it without its knowledge. Julkin watched the data graphs closely. The light level for the most part stayed at 0 in all wavelengths but the radio wave section. Every so often, a spike of blue light would appear, being matched by its reflected spike in radio waves, but nothing seemed to be affected by Julkin's movement, so it kept going. Julkin began getting frustrated when it couldn't find the box. It needed to keep organized so as not to lose its position. The sensors in its suit were helpful, being a good way to tell simple directions and body vitals, but distance was almost impossible to guess. Julkin felt placeless in the dark, as if it had been both miles and miles into the forest, and as if and as if it hadn't even entered. The only thing it knew existed for sure was the ground, passing beneath its feet as it slowly swept its... Okay, I gotta read that. The only thing it knew existed for sure was the ground, passing beneath its feet as it slowly swept its arm above the ground fruitlessly to search for the box. Above it. Passing beneath its feet as it slowly swept its arm above it fruitlessly to search for the box. Every so often it would bump into the hard surface of a trid. After prodding it enough to tell that it wasn't a box, it would continue, not knowing if it was working itself deeper into the forest or not. Its carbon dioxide meter continued to decrease, pixel by pixel, minute by minute, eventually turning a light shade of orange as its presence started taking more and more of Julkin's attention. It continued decreasing, working itself down to red. The words "empty" flashed above the bar. Julkin tensed up, beginning to search more frantically. It didn't know if it could make it back to the escape pod with the air it had left. It didn't even know where it was. Julkin turned back, hurrying through the forest. The air inside the suit began to get thinner, and Julkin struggled to breathe normally. It wanted to tell Colbert, a desperate last effort to save itself. It remembered what happened before. The memory burned into its mind so deep, it wrenched at the thought of it. It wrenched at the thought of it. Surrounded, completely helpless by itself. At least it believed it was by itself, but it knew very well it could be wrong. Its lack of sense made it want to keep going until it knew it was out of the forest. Thunk. Julkin stopped, having almost tripped over a small object in its path. It wasn't quite as hard as the trid, but was definitely hollow by the way it sounded. Julkin reached out, its arm brushing against the object, feeling its flat surface. It worked its way around the edges to feel corners. This was the box. Julkin searched for the top, feeling all the edges for a lid. The box was made from a cheap plastic that had been very damaged from the fall. Julkin brushed over a large crack in the side. Its contents were far too large to have fallen through the gaps, but they could have easily been very damaged. Julkin lifted it, noticing its rather light feel for what sounded like dense metal from inside. It had gone northeast to get into the forest, so going southwest was the way to get out from where the box had been. It had enough air to get out of the forest, but not by much. Colbert would need to bring it another air tank. Julkin watched the screen as it kept walking, noticing that the radio wave detector on the left side of the screen had gone flat as it exited into the forest. "Yukon," Colbert cracked assuringly. "I want to find a way out of this for you just as much as you do, but for now, you should have to stick with me, okay? But for now, you just have to stick with me, okay? You can do this. Julkin just found a box with what we need to get you out." It lied, immediately regretting what it had said. It stayed silent, staring off into the distance beyond its displays as its eyes defocused. Yukon could only hope that this was the truth, even though it wasn't. "Scan complete," a message popped up at the bottom of Colbert's map. "Safe locations have been marked," it read. Yellow points materializing around the map, animated yellow particles forming into position into the shape of animated yellow particles forming to position the shape of the circular crosshair. "I'm out of air," Julkin cracked, panting. "I don't know if I can make it back." Julkin appeared on the map, less than halfway to the escape pod. 0%, it gulped, its heart audible through the speakers. "Turn around and go back," Colbert administered, clicking on the yellow point Julkin was closest to and trying to keep the situation calm. "Potential carbon dioxide. Warmer temperature," it read. Oh, wait. It read, "A promising place." "Toward the forest?" Julkin choked, turning around. "Toward the forest?" Wait, fuck, that good. First take was good. Julkin choked, turning around, staring through the center of its visor and into the void beyond.
The safe locations just came in. There's potential carbon dioxide down there. I don't want potential. Get out here. All right, Colbert cracked, ripping a tank from the wall to throw over its shoulder. It reached at the door with its front leg, wincing as its suit slid over the open flesh of its arm. The handle to the door was jammed against the floor. Jolkin leaned on the door, using both of its front legs to pry the handle up and scrape the door up its horribly deformed track. The light inside had still been on, its beam washing across the mass of grotesque skin and crystal, immediately spiking the intercom with an unbearable scream. Whoa, okay. It flicked off the light immediately, dashing through the door to land just out of range of the Trid's fatal swing. Colbert tried to block out the volume, but it just wasn't working. Its heart beat quickly, listening to the static fade off as the clatter outside its suit became audible. Metal ripped from metal, ghastly screeches shattered through the sky as it listened to the Trid effortlessly tear the escape pod to shreds. Colbert stood up, holding the tank of gas tightly as it blindly worked its way to Jolkin. It only had one shot at survival, and now the chances were actually 0. Lafushi arrived at the location. The ship came to a halt at the edge, staring into the infinite blackness just ahead. They were at the edge of the universe, peering into the endless expanse of nothing. A quiet beeping receiver was their only remaining connection that grounded them within the boundaries of their existence. The connection between them and everything they had ever known had been reduced down to a quiet reminder of the past in their peripheral. Once they arrived, their civilization would have advanced so much that the tech of their time would be considered ancient. The receiver played a single tone, repeated every few seconds, the only tether to reality. The Comlugs watched their radar systems intently for any sign of the Hilla. Endless void. The Comlugs watched their radar systems intently for any sign of the Hilla, the endless void returning nothing. A speck appeared, perfectly aligned with the trajectory the Hilla had gone. What the fuck happened here? Okay. Jolkin had collapsed. The air surrounding it was completely unbreathable. It held still, focusing on breathing slowly as it felt itself begin to lose consciousness. "Jolkin! Jolkin! Wake up!" Colbert yelled, holding the microphone to its mouth. "I'm here. Let me replace your tank." "Jolkin?" it called, nudging Jolkin's limp body. "Oh no." Colbert patted Jolkin down, feeling for its tank with the only arm it had left. Once it found the tank, it dislodged the pipe and screwed in the new tank with its front legs. The update played out of Jolkin's intercom, the microphone picking up the confirmation that Jolkin had done its job. "Jolkin," it repeated, placing its front legs on its shoulders. It repeated, placing its front legs on its shoulders to shake it awake. Static began to rise in the intercom, so it hushed. "System emergency. Jolkin Naren is experiencing intense hypocarbonation. Breathing apparatus has been deployed. Return to a safe location immediately. Air has been confirmed in a location 23 meters away." Okay. More water, I guess. Who is Omega Wow Flareon? Bro. Colbert looked at its map. A dashed yellow line drawn from their location to a point in the forest. Colbert turned off its comms, grabbing the box and dragging Jolkin carefully across the ground toward the crosshairs on the map. Colbert looked up into the sky past the Trid's upper branches, the red light of the Hilla greeting it, urging it to keep moving. Colbert felt warm. The soothing heater on its back provided it with the gentle flow of warm and misty air. It felt surreal, The godless hell of a planet turned to comfort as it approached the hole. Colbert watched the map as they entered the trees, making sure that Julkin's intercom was producing little more than the sound it was hearing. What? Oh. Colbert watched the map as they entered the trees, making sure that Julkin's intercom was producing little more than the sound it was hearing, as to be undetectable by the TRID. It seemed fine before when... It seemed fine before they went near the forest, but luckily the creatures always announced their aggravation. The comlugs arrived at the location of the dot. Colbert looked around, grasping for any sign of the light, one of the qualities the Hilla had detected. Julkin had said that it had been some... Oh my god. Yeah, I am coughing a lot, dude. It's stupid. At least I can fit Yukon's part well, because Yukon's being fucking sucked to death by a parasite. It listened for volume and... Oh, wait. Colbert looked around, grasping for any sign of light, one of the qualities the Hilla had detected. Julkin had said that it had seen some light earlier, but Colbert didn't quite know what to look for. It listened for volume increase in the ambient static, letting go of Julkin to slowly rotate itself. The static was clearly coming from the northeast, so that was where the light must have been. The static undulated slowly, slow ripples of pixels streaming out of the radio wave detection bar in neat curves, overlapping each other at their own individual frequencies. Colbert picked Julkin up again, continuing toward what it knew was life or death. They wouldn't contribute much more than what was already ambient by being there. Given how quiet the heaters and breathers were in Julkin's suit, Colbert wanted to safe-proof them. Oh, wait, what? Oh. Thank you. This is a story I wrote called The Spaxium Mine. Some aliens are in the middle of the void, mining the rarest material in the universe. And the entire sky is pitch black, and there's creatures here that attack you if you shine light on them because they get their energy from light sources. And all they know is that there's something under... Yeah, I wrote this. There's something underground producing the energy, and they're trying to get to it because they don't know what it is. Or they're mainly trying to mine the Spaxium, but yeah. The Spaxium is the rarest material in the universe because hold up, what page is this? 55. As you can see, this is their observable universe. This is where they are, or not their observable universe, but just like a map. This is where they came from, and they flew to here, and they have stations set up in this, or I think it's in the Flourish, but they have stations set up here, or it's in the Ruin, because I remember them like near a point. But they have stations set up here to go out into the void, and these are galaxies, because this is 100 million light years. This is a map of not stars, but entire galaxies. So this void is fucking ginormous. They don't even know how big it is. So it's like, you know, it goes off the map. But they see that in this void, after studying it for literally decades, they are only able to pinpoint 6 planets inside it. Each region has 3 different elements. See, 3 elements that can only be found there. Like the Ruin has 3 elements that can only be found there. The unstable yellow has 3 elements that can only be found there.
the gray expanse, the technichroma, the exotime region. But there's 3 in the void, and the void is like obviously very empty. So anything there is super rare. Dude, that is so awesome. Thank you. But they go into the void and they are mining, or they're meant to mine this material that they've called Spaxium, because through the endless like observing they've done from the edge of the ruin, they've seen one planet that has a property, and when you study the planet it shows static. And this is what it looks like on the radar. This is the planet. You cannot see what the hell's going on, but this is what they're observing. Then they don't know how far away it is, and then they kind of crash, or they don't really crash the whole ship, but they get out in an escape pod, and their main ship flies up into the atmosphere away from them, and the escape pod has like no resources basically. So they're on this planet in the middle of the void, 400 light years away from any help, and that's very bad. Oh, I got this idea from, I was like, I guess designing this universe from scratch, because it kind of came from this story I started writing in middle school called Escaping Entropy. If you scroll back up to the top, Escaping Entropy section 4, there's actually 4 different sections. Each of them has like an entirely different story. The first one focuses on a company in the universe called Orange Beam. The second one focuses on the death of that universe. The third one, and in the first universe they escape, because that one is very similar to this universe, and then they escape to this one, which is obviously pretty different, based on like there's 3 elements here that are different from 3 elements, or like, you know, it explains at the beginning. But like an RSE is an element that can only be found in one region, and you can bring it to a different region, obviously. So they go out to like the Shield or something to mine the materials, and then they bring it back to like help out science, you know. But they're like, what the hell is in the void? The void is cool. We gotta go get that shit, because it's obviously very rare and would provide immense profit and a lot of money. Because that shit, if even one sample is immediately the rarest sample in like all of fucking everything. So yeah, they go there to basically get rich, and everything fucking goes wrong, because that happens. Where were we? Oh wait, fuck. There's a part we're coming up on right now that is very existentially questionable. Oh, I actually love this part so much. There was one part that explained that this character that got sniped down by one of the creatures, he used to be in like their planet system was strewn across 6 planets, and the planet that he was from was very unethically like stable, and like he came from a town called Nightfall, which was in the industrial era. So he was working as a slave in the factories, and he Nightfall became a ghost town once they revolted and killed the mayor or whatever, and he had to be brought out to a different planet, so he was a refugee on a planet that treated him like ass. And 55? Oh wait, yeah. Yeah. But they that planet treated him like ass, and he worked in a retail store getting fucking minimum wage, and he met this person called Colbert in that store, and they would share their dreams looking up to the stars, and they would share their dreams of exploring them one day. And they got the fucking most special job in the entire career existence of this company, to explore a region that everyone's too fucking scared to explore. And basically everyone part of this is a very successful person, and will be looked on as a very successful person, no matter if they all die or not, because, you know, that's a very big endeavor, flying into the void, then you don't even know it's there. And as soon as they fly into the void, their signal immediately cuts out, so no one knows where they are. So that's really bad. So something happened to them. And there's very strong hints so far that they're not on the correct planet that they were originally going to go to, because the planet was twice as big as the planet they landed on, is twice as big as the one they originally had their eyes on. But they just carry out their mission because there's still Spaxium on it, and it's still in the void. Ugh. The comlugs arrived at the location of the dot. Colbert looked around, grasping for any sign of light. One of the qualities of the hill, oh wait, I already read that. The static undulated slowly, slow ripples of pixels streaming on the radio. Wait, I already read that too. They wouldn't contribute much more than what was already ambient by being there, given how quiet the heaters and breathers were in Julkin's suit. Colbert wanted to safe-proof them completely by reaching into its suit to flip off comms, but it would have to dismantle the whole thing. Until it was safe for Colbert to take off its own suit, it wouldn't take Julkin's apart. The only bad thing about the air was its extreme unpredictability, and of course its temperature, reaching that of barely over absolute zero. The temperature reading graph was always comically low. Most of the time when they were outside, it never appeared at all due to how low it was. A blue sparkle caught Colbert's eye as it rounded a corner and brushed past a oh wait, it should explain that is very cold. Comically low. Yeah, very cold. I guess, yeah. A blue sparkle caught Colbert's eye as it rounded a corner and brushed past a vine that hung in its way. Immediately after touching the vine, a static burst caught it off guard, the intercom immediately erupting in volume. Colbert pulled Julkin faster, heaving both their combined weight as its legs pressed against the ground with all their strength. Colbert heard rustling coming from where they had been, a loud thud interrupting the static, followed by a grotesque scream. It broke off, popping the speakers as their volume was capped. Colbert tugged as hard as possible. Julkin, being unconscious, was doing nothing but slowing them down. The static's gentle waving had sped up dramatically, trying to pinpoint exactly what had caused the disturbance by echoing around the forest until something out of the ordinary appeared. They were completely surrounded. The blue light in the ground opened up, beckoning the comlugs into its safety. And then this chapter. This chapter makes me cringe. Like, not because it's bad, because, like, the situation is so bad. Colbert entered the hole. Julkin followed behind it closely. Chapter 7. Home Sweet Home. Colbert entered the hole. Julkin followed behind it closely. The light from the hole was so bright that Colbert could see out of the opening and into the darkness of the world. The world outside writhed in anger. A storm of hunger lashed at them in any... What the fuck is hunger?
Noise? Because it's not hungry. Definitely not hungry. Oh. Hungry creatures. Lashed at them. The world outside writhed in anger. A storm of hungry creatures lashed at them in any attempt to break them and tear them down, just as they tore the escape pod to shreds. Colbert watched as the Trid approached the hole, its black eyes chaotically rotating as it looked around for its prey. One stone turned to the hole, followed by the rest. The static had grown so loud that the speakers in its headset seemed to blow, deafening the comlugs completely. The Trid flared up, all of its vines and leaves rising to the sky as a scream cut its way through the intercom. It quickly approached the hole where Julkin sat. It reached in quickly, batting its heavy arm in an attempt to catch Julkin. Colbert reacted quickly, yanking it out of the Trid's reach and falling to the cave floor. Colbert sat on the floor of the cave, its heart pounding in its antenna and echoing in its head. Colbert looked to the stump of its arm, noticing the large amount of blood seeping through the crimp. System emergency. Colbert Clemmer is experiencing rapid blood loss and blood pressure. Slow your heart rate down and close the wound, its suit said. I know! Colbert shouted, pinning one end of the tourniquet to the ground. It gulped, closing its eyes in one final hope that what it was about to do wouldn't hurt that much. Before it could psych itself into pulling the strap, it yanked anyway, the gap tightening so much it could hear its own flesh through the suit squishing around the bone as it squirted one final coat onto the inside of the suit. Colbert screamed, its eyes tremoring as it passed out. Ooh! Oh wait, Discord, fuck. I got this. I got you. This guy's weird. Where the fuck is it? Where's my... Oh, it's in the top. Invite people. Frick! I could go to Twitch on here. I was looking up ramen pics. Don't mind. My mom went out and got groceries. She made me coffee this morning, so I'm like really psyched up. Oh fuck. So imagine just getting psyched up to like read. That's what happened. There you go. There's my Discord. I am in a channel right now, but oh wait. I released a book on Gumroad, but I encourage you not to get it actually because oh no, my chat logged out. It's fine. Dude, coffee. Dude, she makes bomb coffee. We were gonna go out to like Ziggy's or something, and then I was like, no. Can you just like make me a fucking chocolate latte? And then she did, and I was like, I was sipping it. She was like, why are you making those sounds, bro? I'm from Colorado. I'm in a little town. Yeah, actually it's not a little town. It's like one of the biggest towns there. I guess I'm north of Denver. But the blood descriptions in all of these books, I think this is where the path starts to get scary, because there's a second storyline going on. Because the first one, which is, you know, the main story of like Home Sweet Home, fucking Colbert, Julkin, and Yukon, the main story is obviously wait, what? But their ship got lost because as soon as they went into the void, dude, her coffee outdid Ziggy's. Ziggy's is probably the best coffee place I've ever been. Oh wait, no, Ozo coffee. I had an Ozo coffee compared to her coffee. Oh my god, she outdid Ozo. Starbucks, she outdid Starbucks. She outdid fucking Ozo. She outdid Ziggy's. What's another coffee place? Like probably some local coffee.
I guess like morning breakfast. Ozo's probably a fucking. I mean, Ozo's the best coffee I've ever heard. It's like 3 times as good as Starbucks. But Mom's is like 5 times as good as Starbucks. So I was like, nah, just make your shit. We're not paying for stupid ass. We're not going out, you know? Oh yeah, Ozo's got a cool ass logo. But their ship got lost as soon as they went into the void, and the second storyline is looking for them. And after looking for them on a planet they think it crashed on and turning up nothing, they vow to follow the path that the Hilla, which is their ship, follow the same path the Hilla took to get to where they had been, because the Hilla, from what these people know, Colbert sees the Hilla like orbiting their planet, you know. And for everyone else, they just think that as soon as it entered the void, it disappeared because their signals, everything stopped. Which is interesting, and that's why they're trying to figure out where it went. The Hilla had completely stopped in its path. Observing it showed no signs of life whatsoever. All of its systems had gone out. No thrust, no heartbeat, no power. The Hilla had been reduced to nothing but a floating chunk of metal out in the middle of nowhere, caught victim to the void's deathly grip. The Hilla needed to be revived, or else the comlugs inside would never arrive. Lafushi informed base about their findings, their scans being sent directly to base as well. Their signals had a total delay of about 8 hours, so awaiting instruction wasn't an option. All the thinking had to be done on board. Lafushi proceeded toward the Hilla, sending its decision back to base. Lafushi initiated thrusters, beginning to approach the Hilla. It was close, so it didn't take long. Seconds before arrival, the Comlugs noticed that the sound of the receiver's connection had been terminated. They scanned the void intensively for like years, decades, and the entire time they were scanning, they only found 60 planets in the space of about 600 billion cubic light years is 6 planets. So that's like, and I think they even said in the void it takes up half of the entire observable universe. So all of the regions that were there that they had found, 90 regions, were like full of galaxies. There's like little voids between them and stuff, but like the super void, which is the void region that only has 60 planets, takes up half of everything. Yeah, it's fucking empty as hell. Colbert woke up to find itself drenched in water, the suit's computer administering the rest of the drinking water to be released upon its body so it could replace all of its lost blood. Julkin, it... oh, wait. Julkin? It asked, staring through its fogged visor to see the cave as it led deeper into the planet's surface. Beyond the cave opening, a steep drop greeted it. A gentle blue tone worked its way up the walls of the hole. Colbert looked down suspiciously. The hole seemed unnatural, impossible. It seemed to be watching it with eyes Colbert couldn't tell were there. Taking note of its every move. There was only one place Julkin could have gone. Only one place Julkin could have gone safely. Colbert climbed down, using the light to help it work its way down the rocky ledges and try not to puncture its suit again. If this hole closed, there would be no way out, and the Trid could easily block all exits. It only wanted to go in to test the air, The escape pod was most likely salvageable in most aspects, giving its survival after the hard landing. Oh, she wants out now.
Go away. Go away.
You wanna go see mom? You gonna go see mom? What? Who that? Who that? Who's that? Who that? Wanna go see mom? Go see mom. She is gone. Oh, send it on Discord, I guess. But I won't look until. Or actually, sure. I don't know. Once Colbert jumped down the final step onto the ground, it looked forward to see Julkin resting in a grove of glowing grass deeper in the cave. The hole opened up into a larger space past what seemed to be a bottlenecked crevice, revealing a gentle grove of glowing mushrooms and grass beyond. The cave sat horizontally, a slightly flattened sphere that morphed naturally into its shape. Colbert's eyes widened, gaping. Whoa. So this is the safe place? It asked, looking to Julkin, who had been fast asleep on the grassy hill. Blue light engulfed the entire cave, illuminating walls that were covered in roots and other colorful alien flora. The Trid sat above, their roots penetrating the ground to reach into the cave. Their roots moved gently. Their roots moved gently, wandering the walls in search of yellow, purple, and red lichen. Once the lichen was found, it would scrape across the walls, collecting the lichen in a trough that led down the entire root. The lichen released small flakes of a glowing magenta powder that glittered at the base of the cave's walls in small piles, where more alien mushrooms were obliged to grow in small piles where more alien mushrooms were obliged to grow. Along with them, alongside. Oh my fucking god, bro. Were obliged to grow alongside them. Large pedicle. Well, fine. Were obliged to grow alongside them. Large pedestals of stone held up the cave, all covered in shelf mushrooms that jutted out like small flat stones lodged inside them. These mushrooms had clearly not been found by the Trid, allowing for their size to grow far past that of the lichen on the walls. What is it?
It's food.
What is it?
Spaghetti and chicken.
Uh-oh. Bro, we got spaghetti and chicken. Okay, I mean, I didn't ask for spaghetti and chicken right now. Wispy vines stretched the ceiling. Thin glowing filaments fell gently in the air of the... Oh, what the heck? Thin glowing filaments fell gently in the air to the cave. Inside the cave. Thin glowing filaments fell gently in the air inside the cave, some reaching the floor. Small blue glowing spheres lined the vines. Small blue glowing spheres lined the vines, mostly accumulated on the cave's ceiling, some dangling down to decorate their thin drapes. Spotlights of technicolor light illuminated random sections of the cave wall, where spots of alien ferns and other plants seemed to thrive. Colbert made its way over to Julkin, joining it on the hill, laying down alongside it in its slumber. It's just darkness, dude. There's no sun. It's just night. That's what they're looking at. And they have an orbiting ship orbiting them, and their ship like pulses like a red light every few seconds. So there's a scene of them just like looking out of the window of like their visor and just like up to the red light, and they're just like, it's the only reminder that light still exists. And that's fucking cool. I got spaghetti. I was actually gonna draw that, I guess. Just like black and then just like a red dot. And that's it. That's the entire thing they can see. But ooh. And there's another scene that all the lights go out in another ship when they're in the void. Oh yeah, I have a mad fucked up mind. There's gonna be a section where a lot of gore happens in the second storyline. I didn't say that though. None of the Comlugs had slept in a while. Colbert was glad to know that Jolkin had been all right. The sleep was peaceful, the soft ground providing a nice cushion-like surface for both of them to lay upon. Jolkin? Colbert asked, leaning onto its arm as it looked into the endless life that sprawled the cave ceiling. How are you doing? Bro, I don't want to go eat breakfast. I'm not done. Could you bring it up?
No, come on, we're eating at the table. Just
Why?
pause it. Because I'm going to do that now.
Pause what? My stream? How? my back. I had to eat fast. They wanted me to stay down there. Oh, what time is it for me? 7:55. Ugh. Let me drink some more water. Oh, this is a no, PM. This is the word I made up. I'm preparing. Julkin? Colbert asked, leaning onto its arm as it looked into the endless life that sprawled the cave ceiling. Oh wait, fuck, I actually didn't read that. Leaning onto its arm as it looked into the endless life that sprawled the cave ceiling. How are you doing? Pretty good. I just passed out from hypocarbonation. Thanks for getting to me so quickly. I'm out of breath. Thanks for getting me. What? Oh. Thanks for getting to that. Oh my god. There's shit in my teeth. Thanks for getting that tank to me so quickly, it joked. Well, you're alive, aren't you? Colbert cracked. Getting you in here in that state was the hard part. You should be happy. I am happy, Colbert said, prompting Colbert to sit up. Come again? It cracked, bringing its arm up to the side of its helmet behind its antenna. I am happy. I wouldn't be if I wasn't here. That old escape pod was getting depressing. Yeah, Colbert agreed. I want to live here. Here? Julkin echoed. I only sat down here because I needed to rest. I only sat down here because I really needed to rest. That place looks much cooler. It pointed toward the entrance of the cave. Colbert turned, seeing a second opening into an even larger cave. Its mouth dropped. This place is crazy, it cracked. Can't believe we didn't come here sooner. We could use all the light we want, and we could talk as much as we want. And what's that? It cracked, beginning to grow antsy from excitement. The larger cave was rich with life, full of tall trees and mushrooms through the grand entrance. Colbert stood up, Julkin getting up as well. Last one in has to get the box, Julkin yelled. Now that's the spirit, Colbert cracked, fueling Julkin's enthusiasm. It left the box in the grass as it rushed to the cave's opening, staring out over the beautiful swirling mass of color and life. Are we dreaming right now? Julkin asked. I have no idea, Colbert responded. Let's go down. The opening to the cave was grand, led in by a slow ramp down into the beautiful forest sprawling the Technicolor hills. Temperatures reaching survivable levels. Taking off your helmets is safe, the intercom stated, completely shattering every single one of the Comlug's beliefs about Kippet. Carbon dioxide levels are reaching safe levels. Hilla should be conducting more tests about this location. A return signal is expected from Mingsha in the next few hours. Location scanning will provide a lot of help for future tests. We can take off our helmets now, Julkin cracked, stunned. Oh, the rolls. What rolls? Julkin, created all of the... Oh, on my server. We can take off our helmets now, Julkin cracked, stunned. Well, come on, Colbert urged, unscrewing its helmet from its hub port, feeling the air flow in. Colbert expected the air to be colder, expected the air to be cold enough to give it chills, but the air was warm, rich with the scent of alien flowers and paradise. It stood on the hill, overlooking the forest and watching as its creatures danced around in glee. With the helmet gone, the sounds of the cave were clearly audible. The sounds of the cave were clearly audible. It could hear a waterfall in the distance. Numerous alien species playing in the waters and living their lives as if this was normal. Colbert let its suit fall off, falling next to the helmet on a spongy grass beneath it. It flung off its cooling mechanisms and everything else still attached to it and ran down into the forest, its rainbow light illuminating its nude body as it made its way to the bank of the lake. "Come on, Julkin!" It called, looking back through the canopies of the myriad of alien trees leading to the river. The forest pulsed with life. Large, thick masses of tree-like vines spanned the cave almost from floor to ceiling, twisting and curving strange paths through the open air as they worked their way to the stone above. Wherever the trees met with the stone ceiling, they seemed to stick, their highest branches sprawling out over the landscape beneath, providing a dense bowl-like canopy for everything under them. The sorting rolls? Oh, look at my rolls. Just like click my name and look at my rolls. Wherever the trees met with the stone ceiling, they seemed to stick. Okay, wait. Like canopy for providing a dense bowl-like canopy for everything under them. Alien flora didn't hesitate to crawl up and call it home. It was the perfect place to build a treehouse. Julkin imagined stairs tied to its trunk, spiraling up the outside to a small town under its cover. The trees were large enough that the town could fit entirely under its umbrella. Small shrubbery surrounded the larger plants at its roots, creeping up the side to join its larger flora above. A few of these massive trees were lined in glowing spiral patterns, adorned with a glowing pearl at their center. The pearl glowed a white light over the forest, gently pulsating its soft tone that moved every plant in the forest in rhythm. Julkin stood still, examining the forest hesitantly as Colbert tested the water's temperature with the tip of its arm. It crouched down, walking on all of its legs as it calmly entered the waterhole. It fit in. Its gray body festooned in the splashes of color the forest privileged it with to honor its new arriving member. Julkin began to unscrew its helmet as well, striding slowly down to join Colbert in the warm water, admiring each blotch of color that welcomed it so strongly into joining it in this wonderland. Once Julkin arrived on the bank of the basin, it looked up, glass-like crystal growths penetrating the stone wall and providing a warm glow to the foliage as it danced between the crystals beneath the waterfall. Silence. Silam stood in place, listening intently to the intercom for the heartbeat to return. A quiet static became audible, chaotic sound becoming louder and louder. Looking for what was wrong, the Comlux saw their radar glitch. Not only had there been a mark where the Hilla was, but it showed a complete circle of other ships, fully surrounding them. System shutdown, initiating, Minksha's intercom announced as the lights went out. The Comlux scrambled to find a light, their ships so dark they had to feel around to search. The window to the outside seemed to drain what was left of the light inside. The blackness they had been staring at before in awe had crept in through the windows, now inside with them. The whole ship had gone quiet, and through the silence the Comlugs listened closely for each other. The sound of a fluid mass forming in the center of the room took their attention. Colbert wrapped its arm around Julkin, tail tucked under it as it sat on a patch of soft algae. "Look at this place. it cracked, still in awe as it was looking around the walls of the cave and admiring the large crystals growing from behind the waterfall as if they too had been plants. They jutted through the fall's clean stream, breaking the water up into a warm mist that showered the lake in its dew. There's gotta be some geological anomaly going on here, Colbert cracked, trying to view down the channel the river was coming from. What? Okay. A squeak came from behind them. Jolkin turned around quickly to see what had done it. A scaled creature sat at the edge of the forest, looking at the comlugs with its head tilted. Its tongue had flopped out of the side of its mouth, a gradient from glowing blue that faded off into a dark gray. Its head was lined with patterns of glowing white spheres similar to those that had grown from the vines, but in their center a black pupil sat, looking back and forth from Jolkin to Colbert. It bowed down on its front legs, yapping at them. Colbert watched the creature. 4 ear-like tendrils blew behind it, buoyant in the cave's air. Each tendril was tipped with thin skin, revealing a glowing core beneath. Spiral-like patterns spread over its entire body, emitting a similar light blue glow around its surface. "Hi!" Colbert called, waving to the creature. It started jumping around in place, continuing to bark in a playful tone. "I'm done drinking," Colbert cracked, its skin absorbing the final droplets of water as it stepped out of the lake. Colbert crouched down to appear less menacing, and the creature made its way over to it, where Colbert reached out and patted on the head. "It's so cute," Jolkin cracked. "I don't trust anything cute on this planet anymore, especially after that plant attacked me. The one from the... Oh, wait. It's so cute," Jolkin cracked. "I don't trust anything cute on this planet anymore, especially after that plant attacked me. The one from the surface. That sucked a lot." "I think this one's fine, Jolkin," it said, inspecting the thing, which had rolled onto its back. "See?" "Colbert, I know this is amazing and all, but we should take things a bit more seriously. Now that we have a safe location, we need to set up camp so we can wait for Mingsha to arrive. Is this not the perfect place for a base?" "You're right," Colbert cracked, stepping back from the cute creature to picture Base being huddled down in the cave. "I want to name this creature first." It paused, bringing its arm up to its chin in thought. "Lizirk," it said, smiling. "I like that," Jolkin replied. "I'll get started on making some huts. I think that if our base looked like a primal village, it would fit this place a lot." Jolkin got out of the water too, walking back up the hill to its spacesuit to look over the hills, picturing huts beneath the forest canopy. Huts structured from glowing logs and roofed with patches of glowing grass, glowing lichen growing up the sides and lighting the inside. It smiled, going back down to help Colbert make an axe from a chipped rock it had found while Jolkin pondered Group 2's arrival. Oh, dude. It's so nice. What? "Got a light!" Silim cracked. The quiet flip of a switch followed its announcement. A dim beam illuminated the walls of the ship before it got a grasp and pointed it toward the sound. A writhing mass of black liquid squirmed into existence, trying to escape its straitjacket of whatever it was made from. It accumulated mass from nowhere, the centrifugal gravity ineffective on it. It lifted into the air and began to thrash faster as if the dial on time itself had been turned up. Its chaotic squirming suddenly came to a halt, the reflective globule beginning to vibrate. Protect the remaining. Protect the remaining. It cracked deeply in Lugic, spike-like points rippling across its surface. The research must continue in peace. The light focused on it went out, plunging the comlugs into darkness once again. "Hello?" Silim quavered, its eyes darting around aimlessly in the blackness. It stood still, listening to the silence as his crewmates began to choke, screaming for help. Silam froze, standing perfectly still in the center of the room as his breath fell to the bottom of his lungs. The sounds of flesh ripping from bone echoed around the whole room. He felt a sharp pain in his neck, eyes widening as blood filled his mouth. He gagged, the blade tearing from the soft flesh of his throat. It tore itself from his skin quickly, ripping his trachea out and nicking his collarbone. Silam sat in silence for a moment, staring out as the darkness stared into him too. He brought his arm to his neck, dabbing at the blood as he felt himself begin to lose consciousness. Hour 2:10. Colbert had found great use in the soft nature of the trees in the forest, finding a dense area and pulling the trees from that. Jolkin built a shelf they could use to store their spacesuits without worrying about the forces of nature frying their systems. Colbert decided on a section of woods near another lake. The lake had been filled with beautiful multicolored algae and multitudes of alien fish it could spend hours watching. The trees seemed to take on a more oak-like appearance, outfitted in dense masses of leaves that fell from the trees and decorated the top of the glassy water. Insect-like sounds filled the woods, whether they were from inside the trees' branches, or they were from the numerous glowing insects that clouded over the lake and flashed in rhythm with each other. It made for a perfect spot. Colbert dug out a flat area on the hill for its house to rest upon, throwing the moss and dirt aside. The excess ground formed a small hill. Jolkin gathered berries from the bushes nearby, and after checking it thoroughly in the scanner, determined its safety. Jolkin wove a basket from a patch of magenta grass, decorating it with strands of other colors and including a few flowers it had found in its search for berries, which had been nibbled from as it continued scavenging. The place was warm enough for them to not need food, and the thermoplasts in their body would already be The place was warm enough for them to not need food, as the thermoplasts in their body would already be making enough glucose for them to survive. But the Comlugs hadn't taken vitamin supplements in a very long time, so that extra phosphorus inside would provide them a healthy dose. Jolkin returned home, seeing that Colbert had already started building the walls back up with clay it had made in an enclosed section it had dug in the lake. "Discovered something cool," Colbert cracked. "There seems to be high amounts of gyrum down in this cave." "What?" Jolkin cracked, slipping on Colbert's helmet to see what it was talking about. "I scanned the core of this tree," it said, holding up a small piece of glowwood. "It had a yellowish tint to it, and all those yellow specks are gyrum. I'm not quite sure how it's possible," it said, eyes squinted as it looked through the ceiling to deliberate any possibilities. Eyes squinted as it looked up to the ceiling to deliberate any possibilities. "Gyrum is region-specific," Jolkin cracked, taking the chunk from Colbert. "This isn't even remotely close to its home region, and this planet is completely different from anything there. There's no way." "This was brought here artificially," Colbert cracked, "and I know we didn't do it. This planet's only energy source is coming from a non-native RSE. Something must have been here before us." Colbert and Jolkin are of a species called, wait. They're of a species called Comlugs. And hold up. Let me get up a photo. Oh shit, my screen went out. Fuck. References, art, cursed art. No, not cursed art. Where is it? Oh, it's in traditional art. This is what they look like. This is their entire species. They look like this. I designed it. Their bones are carbon organized to handle the large size of the Comlug. They're very strong. Their arms are the strongest part of the body, able to support its weight on 2 to 4 fixed points and handle the bare ground with little to no problem. The strong part of the arm is at the tip and is used to penetrate skin. It's like a weapon. Their pores, or this is their skin. Their pores or stoma let in nutrients like water, oxygen, minerals, etc. Thermoplasts, they absorb heat and make glucose. They evolve to be black to absorb more heat, so they're gray. They're like general color. Those are capillaries. Thick fat layer to insulate their insides well, and there's more chloroplasts inside to convert inner heat into glucose to use as food. But when they get hot, these chloroplasts or fucking thermoplasts retreat from the surface, so they turn more white. But when they're cold, they turn black to absorb more heat. This is their periodic table in that universe. It's like the normal shit, and then it's inside of this, and all of these outside bubbles are RSEs, which are found in different regions of the universe. Like this region has different elements than this region, and there's only 3 of them per region. This is the atmospheric content of Palm, which is their planet that they Palm. Palm is the content of their the planet they arrived on from their new universe. They live on it in this universe, and they evolved on their home planet, and this is its atmosphere. Yeah, I fucking love the detail, dude. I've been working on this 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 4 years. This one, like, universe. Facial qualities. This is, I think I labeled them. Like, this is Zirkle. This is also Zirkle. This is Cam. This is Neckel. And then this is, like, someone else. But, like, they look like that. 4 years, yeah. I started in 8th grade, and now I'm a senior in high school, and I drew this last year. I showed it to my environmental science teacher a lot, and I almost submitted the book, Spaxium mine, as a grade, because it kind of, as like the final project, the Spaxium mine, because it has such like a well-built alien ecosystem. It's cool as hell, because like the inside of the planet is what generates the energy, and then the outside is, there's no stars in the sky. They have to get their energy from the inside. Bro. Yeah, easy. And the Trid on the top get their energy from the caves. That's why it said their roots poke down into it. But yeah, I'm gonna keep reading. Gyrum is region specific, Jolkin cracked, taking the chunk from Colbert. This isn't even remotely close to its home region, and this planet is completely different from anything there. There's no way. This was brought here artificially, Colbert cracked, and I know we didn't do it. This planet's only energy source is coming from a non-native RSE. Something must have been here before us. The town had been going, hour 5:40. The town had been going well. Colbert had worked tirelessly building houses for Station A. Every tool was to be moved from base into the cave opening once Group 2 arrived and dropped their materials. Maybe the original biodome that was built to be used as base could be used as a window into the world above, sitting on top of the cave opening. Jolkin wanted to draw a map of the place so it could hang it in the center of town on a large tree Colbert built a billboard onto. Each house was decorated specifically for each member of Group 2, a letter of appreciation for their hard work being posted on the inside. Colbert had only built the skeletons of the houses, allowing Group 2 to customize the inside however they pleased. Jolkin helped design furniture, and Colbert had to complete 24 houses and was halfway done. Its next house would belong to Yilum, a Comlug of great personality and looks. The Comlug spacesuits had been almost abandoned at this point. now that their safe place had been discovered to be completely habitable. The only thing they needed the suits for was to scan any unknown material for anything they needed confirmation of. They were also used to receive messages from the Hilla. But it hadn't returned. This is nothing like the stories. Oh, yeah. This one is probably my second best work, but it's my best finished work. I'll read some of my best work. I'll keep recording too. It's currently work in progress and unavailable to everyone, which is cool. But I'll read that after this book, which is almost over. They were used to receive messages from the Hilla, but it hadn't returned one in almost 20 of their sleep cycles. You remember that signal we were supposed to get? Colbert cracked, searching the suit's previous messages for anything related to help is on the way. It scrolled past the messages that had been displayed while they were above ground, making its way back through its history. As Colbert paused, stopping over a system emergency message that had been displayed to them while they were still on the surface. System emergency. Yukon Jimsel is in critical condition, suffering major blunt force trauma. Medical assistance is required immediately. Colbert brought its arm to its mouth in shock. Oh no, it said. Jolkin looked over, lugging a huge log on its back so that Colbert could assemble Yillim's house. What? Group 2 cancelled? It cracked, poking a bit of fun. No, Colbert replied. We left Yukon. Yeah, I love to see the stories you make. I apparently offer very shitty feedback, according to myself. Chapter 8. Waking Up. Jolkin dropped the log, looking at Colbert with wide eyes. We have to get him down here to safety, it said, rushing over to the shelter it built for itself. Jolkin had constructed a small shelf in the corner. Oh my god. Jolkin had constructed a small shelf in the corner of its room to hold the spacesuit. Colbert did the same, slipping its legs and tail into the bottom section and fastening the upper half to its metal connection. Where's the entrance? Colbert cracked, wriggling its helmet on and making sure the intercom had been turned on. I believe it's in the southwest, Jolkin replied, checking the connection quality of its suit. It cracked in Lugic. Oh, what? I don't know what the fuck that is. Oh no, it's paper? Oh no. Checking the connection quality of its suit. Almost forgot I didn't have an arm for a second. Could you get the top connections for me? Colbert cracked. I'm kind of surprised it doesn't hurt anymore. Since we came here, it's like my arm kind of healed. All the way. Yeah, Jolkin said, approaching Colbert as it stuck out its only arm. It pushed its glove on, making sure the mechanical locks on the metal ring linked to the other side. You good? Jolkin asked. I think so, Colbert answered, checking its monitors as it turned on the rest of its suit through the HUD. It turned around, its eyes wandering the ripples of the lake as the forest continued to paint the lake's ever-moving surface with its neon glow. You think we'll ever make it back? Colbert asked, its voice echoing around its suit. A cold reminder of what it was like outside nagged at it. Colbert almost didn't want to go. Knowing that this could be the last time it would ever see this place, Colbert spent the time to make it home, and it felt it had been successful. Come on, Jolkin cried, placing its arm on Colbert's shoulder. It knew exactly what it was feeling. We'll just be careful, okay? We know how they attack now. We'll go up there and then come back, okay? All right, Colbert mumbled, turning around. Let's go. It watched its compass. The map, having only mapped the surface, didn't provide them with any info. The Hilla wasn't able to tell them where they were since its transmitters had broken in the crash. The only reason they were able to see themselves on the map was because of the live feedback it provided where they were up on the surface. Colbert checked the map, noticing that it had been in the exact same position as when they landed. They had received signals from the Hilla underground before, but the map had gone backwards in time. Something was off. Colbert blamed it on the system. The last time it had been used was when they first arrived in the cave. So it should have been at... Oh my god. The last time it was used was when they first arrived in the cave, so it should have at least saved what was being displayed at the time. As Colbert walked with Jolkin through the familiar paths and under familiar trees, it noticed that something had been different. It didn't remember how they had been, but things weren't quite the same then. Numerous plants appeared in different places, the path curved ways it hadn't thought, and the land formations had been altered. "Hello?" A voice connected to the intercom. "I'm safe," it said, sounding roughly like Yukon. "Yukon? What do you mean? I know there was no way you could have gotten out of that thing's grip. How are you okay?" "I'm not sure. I just am," it said. "All healed up, like Colbert's arm." "How do you know about my arm?" "Just come and get me out of this cave. I can see you guys outside," it said. Colbert looked around, convinced it was being watched by something else. The flora withdrew from the cave, all leaning away from it. "I need help!" Yukon yelled. "I got my leg stuck in between a rock and now I can't come out." Colbert shook its head, looking back to the ground as it continued on its path out of the cave. Jolkin followed, completely ignoring Yukon as he began to cry for help, growing more and more desperate for the Comlugs to turn back, yet they did not. Someone always monitored Mingsha's heartbeat. Their job was to fixate on its command terminal for anything out of the ordinary. Mingsha's scanners relayed conflicting information, multiple positive signs of the Hilla being detected around the ship, hovering in place. Then a distress signal came through, preceded by a complete system shutoff as the terminal screen blanked. "System error. Possible ambush and sabotage of power. Speed 0. Life on board is indeterminable." An audio recording filed in. Hesitantly, the person in charge of watching opened the file, hearing the Comlugs' voices scrambling for something. Supposedly, the lights had gone out. "Got a light!" Silem's voice came through, but the atmosphere was wrong. A grim presence sat, hiding in the background of the file. A click came through, the audio blanking as everything went silent. After a few seconds, the audio clicked back in, and the room was filled with screaming, a blaring sound rising in volume until the poor Comlug couldn't keep its headphones on anymore, rising to a volume so loud it completely drowned out the screaming. Then it stopped. Nothing but the sound of a quiet oscillating static for the rest of the 5.5-minute long recording. Red pasted this audio message across everything that even mentioned the void, deeming it completely unsafe for further exploration. Each region had been marked on the map, its properties and RSEs being listed once hovered over, but a glaring 0 sat in the center, our region shaded entirely black. Hovering over revealed nothing but a box with text, "Exploration cancelled." Group 1. An honor given to the passengers of Hilla. They were the 3 beings that would be the start to the new era, but now had been forgotten to time in a loss that would never be explored farther than a mission-failed screen. "Where's the entrance?" Colbert cracked, monotone, completely ignoring Yukon's voice. "I'm not sure," Jolkin cracked, searching the landscape for the waterfall they had arrived next to, not seeing anything similar. A path wound up a small hill, continuing to what looked like the grove they had entered the cave from. "We can still find a way out. Maybe there's a hole up there." "Only one way to find out," Colbert cracked, disappointed. "Only one way to find out," Colbert cracked, disappointed. It turned around, seeing that the village had grown far away. It didn't know it had walked that far. They continued up the hill, searching the crevice for any signs of the void sky, an opening appearing above. "Why didn't you save me?" Yukon said, a demented buzz interrupting every crack he pronounced. Jolkin turned around, jumping in alarm and taking off up the hill. Colbert turned around to see what it had been. A skeleton-like creature stood tall down the hill, taking off toward them. Its head topped with large antlers and eye sockets that were so far back on its head they seemed to face backwards slightly. It was larger than both Comlugs, standing a little under the height of the trees behind it. Its bones glowed a gentle blue, pulsating quickly with every step it placed on the ground beneath it. Its face tapered off into a sharp point, almost like a beak, but huge nostrils hollowed out the center, burrowing deep into its head. Its jaw curved up toward its eyes, its nose bone taking up a little less than half the length of its entire head. Its jaw was similar in length, tapering off into another sharp point that joined near the bottom of its nose. Its head tilted down slightly, its hideous teeth curving up in a grotesque smile. If it wasn't for its movement, Colbert probably would have assumed it was just another plant. Given the mushrooms that camouflaged it so well, they must have missed it as they passed by. "You're not on Kippet," it cracked deeply in Lugic, looking down menacingly as its jawbones twisted up into a hideous smile. It took off toward the Comlugs. A chill flew down Colbert's spine before it turned around and ran up the hill. It caught up with Jolkin in only a few seconds. Colbert turned around, noticing that the beast had almost caught up with them. Colbert tried to run faster, barely making it past Jolkin. "Hurry!" Colbert ordered, the suit beginning to lose its display. Colbert heard a loud snap, jerking as its eyes widened in horror. It continued running, noticing that the entrance to the small crevice had grown smaller, and as Colbert approached, it continued to get smaller. "System emergency. Jolkin Naren is in critical condition, suffering major blunt force trauma. Medical assistance is required immediately," Colbert's intercom stated, causing its heart to drop. It made it to the gap, squeezing through, its suit scraping against the walls. It looked back, seeing that Jolkin had collapsed, laying lifeless on the ground. Colbert's mouth fell open, exhaling in disbelief as it wriggled itself into the gap quicker. Once it was on the other side, the gap had closed completely. "Jolkin!" it screamed, tensing up. It fell backwards onto the soft ground beneath it. It sat for a moment, contemplating any future move it could make. Everything circled back on itself, every arrow pointing to suicide. Colbert believed its chance was real, believed its destiny to be achievable. "Colbert," it heard in Jolkin's voice, feeling a touch on its head. "Wake up, please." "Get out of my head!" Colbert screamed, curling into a ball and covering its helmet in an attempt to deafen itself. "No, it's not that thing."
Wait.
"No, it's not the thing," Jolkin said. "It's actually me." Colbert felt the comlug touching it. The sides of its head felt weird and painful. "It's eating you alive. Wake up," it said, pulling on what felt like a tube attached to Colbert's head. It came loose, a long needle-like apparatus sliding out from the tube as Colbert's vision immediately cut to black. Oh my god. How do you spell Colbert with two L's? Yeah. "We have to get out of here," Jolkin said. "Jolkin!" Colbert exclaimed, reaching out and wrapping its arm around it to hug it. "You're still alive." "Not right now," Jolkin cracked, picking Colbert up. "We need to get back to the escape pod, and we need to get Yukon out. If the underground is truly safe, we have to find another place similar to that, and make sure we get in safely. Oh, right. I still have a lot of questions, though, Colbert said. It was weak, barely being able to handle standing up. Whoa, it cracked, stumbling. What's going on with my legs? We came into this cave and fell asleep, and now we're all weak. I don't really know what happened since I had just passed out beforehand, I believe. I got woke up in a cave you brought me to. Then, as we were going to get Yukon, this thing caught up to me and got me. Did it get you too? Julkin cracked. We need to leave. I think we're in its den. Almost on cue, a scream echoed through the tiny cave, a blue light waving in front of the comlugs, similar to the fungus on the skeleton that had chased them. It beckoned them toward it. Behind its gentle glow, a hideous set of teeth awaited them. Rows and rows of dense pointed teeth gritted against each other, luring the comlugs into its gaping maw. Now that they had been properly digested, it was its time to eat them. Get out! Julkin yelled, tugging Colbert from its backpack to the cave entrance. Julkin clambered out of the cave as quick as they could. Its weak... What? Julkin clambered out of the cave as quick as it could, its weak legs like noodles as they barely managed to pull them out of the hole. Pull Colbert. Oh, Jesus. It sounds like weird, like, pronoun shit. As it could, its weak legs like noodles as they barely managed to pull Colbert out of the hole. Whatever was down there snapped forward at them and caught the tip of Colbert's foot glove, tearing some of the fabric away. It wasn't... What the fuck is a foot glove, bro? Okay. Foot glove. Whatever was down there snapped forward at them and caught the tip of Colbert's boot, tearing some of the fabric away. It wasn't a complete tear, but it was enough to break the airtight seal and expose its skin to open air. System emergency. Critical suit damage. Temperatures unregulatable and far below safe. Once the comlugs were out safely, they sat silently and assessed themselves, feeling their own suits for damage and scrolling through their health graphs for anything. A new message showed up, displaying itself in red text at the bottom of their screens. The yellow safe locations over the map were now gone. Safe locations updated, the Hilla began. A thorough scan of Kippet has shown no sustainable locations for survival. Base will be dropped in 20 minutes and will land near the location of Escape Pod Beta. Its landing point has been marked on your maps. Please avoid this location for your own safety. Important update. A wormhole has been confirmed 122,600 miles from Kippet. Meters from Kippet. Further tests will be conducted. A wormhole has been confirmed 122,600 meters from Kippet. Further tests will be conducted. Colbert eased up, excitement rising in its system. It looked to the side. A large circular hole gaped from its helmet. The freezing air outside stung, searing frost coating its skin, but it didn't freeze solid. It felt fine. Having been exposed to whatever was also pumping through Yukon's veins to keep him alive and warm. The comlugs didn't feel cold as they crawled back, but they had grown lethargic from whatever that thing was doing in their heads. I remember feeling a little inert before I got to that cave, Colbert said. When I was carrying you in, I felt a strange feeling of happiness and excitement. Maybe that was how it got us. What was that thing anyway? Julkin cracked. I don't want to do this anymore. Let's go back to the village. Colbert imagined them laying down on the stone floor, large tubes broken through their helmets and attached to the sides of their head just after being dragged from the underground town. Colbert, Julkin cracked, stunned. There are no safe places. That means there was no underground cave. And there aren't any sustainable sources of energy down there. Remember that gyrum we discovered? It doesn't exist. Remember how everything was changing at the end? Every tree, every house, every memory was fake. That world was constructed as a way to soothe us in so it could eat us alive. That needle in our heads is what fed us. That needle in our heads is what fed us thoughts in our heads. I really hoped it was real, but it turns out this hell of a planet is just that. A hell. If we had stayed any longer, we would have died. Once they were out of the forest, Colbert was able to see itself on the map, or what had been left of the display now that it was completely shattered. The Comlugs crawled out of the forest, beginning to suffer the first signs of hypocarbonation as their suits used the last bit of CO2 they had in their tanks. Colbert's suit was completely empty, but it knew it could make it back to the escape pod. It didn't know how much was left inside of it, but there would be some left. It didn't know how much was left inside of it. It didn't know how much was left of it, but there would be some left. Health risks detected. Untreatable brain damage and unfixable system damage leaves you with roughly 1 month to live. Yukon, Colbert cracked, straining its voice as it leaned to its microphone. It didn't get an answer. How long were we out? Colbert cracked, looking up into the sky to see Hilla's red light taunting them. It reached down to the Comlugs, a helping hand to pick them up and send them on their way to the rest of life, backing away just as they reached for its assistance. All they could do now was look on and keep moving, their heaving breaths fruitlessly searching for breathable air. Something in their bodies prevented them from dying, yet they suffered all its pain. Yukon, come in, it panted, continuing to the escape pod. It stood up, almost falling over from lightheadedness. Its muscles were finally beginning to wake up, but the damage had been done. Yukon's vitals remained intact, blood pressure, heart rate, breathing rate, the same as when they left him. The Comlugs had been in the dream for 500 hours. The clocks in their suits seemed to agree on that being how much time had passed. The Comlugs entered the escape pod, noticing its outside had been torn up once the door had been sealed shut. The Trid were nowhere to be seen, having moved on to some other light source in the forest. Jolkin flipped on the escape pod's lights, surprised to see that they still worked to an extent, revealing the full extent of the damage that had been done. For once it wasn't actually that bad. At the entrance, the metal workbench had been slightly dented in, the cabinets being dysfunctional. The purple and black stripes on the wall had been covered up with dust that had blown in and piled at the edges of the room. The metal seemed to be decaying too, rusting in places where the thermal coating had peeled off. The escape pod had been left open for the elements to flow in and do as they pleased since they left. Jolkin brushed it off, staying silent as it reached in and grabbed some long-awaited food. It took off its helmet, letting the cold air flow over its face. It had become invincible to the elements around, the parasite having pumped it full of fluid that kept it alive. It could feel fluid carbon dioxide in its lungs, stinging it with the cold but providing it a way to survive without air. Colbert took off its helmet too, immediately smelling the rancid scent of its open head, blood having drained from its head and pooled into the back since Jolkin had torn the needle out so quickly. The blood was filled with tiny black specks, all coated in a layer of thin green slime. Colbert picked the helmet up, intrigued by the specks. It held the helmet to the light, listening as the speakers inside began to produce a quiet static. Spaxium, Colbert cracked, setting the helmet down and dabbing at the side of its head to test for blood. Colbett's arm encountering sharp spikes before it could reach its skin. Well, that's in my head now, isn't it? It's probably all right. We could put a tap on the trid over Yukon and get some of the cure. Looks like we have to do that now. Jolkin cracked, clenching its teeth as it got a closer look at Colbett's wound. You don't look any better, Colbett cracked, monotone, shrugging as its eyes fell to the helmet again. I'll go tap into what Yukon's being treated with. It grabbed a small container from the cabinet and put its helmet back on, a look of extreme neutrality washing over its face as it flicked off the light and opened the escape pod's door. Jolkin sat still in the darkness, staring into the blackness with the same expression as it continued eating. Colbett's head was in extreme pain, and it was hard for it to walk straight. The static in its intercom didn't help with the headache, and it couldn't move its head too much or the spikes would touch the side of the suit, snapping off and forming glass-like shards that were already beginning to pile on its neck next to the glass from its helmet. The cold made it hurt significantly more, even though the temperature outside hadn't been that much of a difference from the inside, only ranging that of about 10 Kelvin at maximum. Outside pretty much stayed an average of 6 Kelvin, a healthy temperature to be exposed to for long periods of time, clearly. Colbett finally found him, placing its arm on his head and moving it. Wake up, it called, not getting a response. He's in a coma, Jolkin cracked, scrolling through his vital readings to see that he hadn't been consciously awake since 300 hours ago. He has very significant physical damage, but his brain seems to be unaffected, except with similar untreatable brain damage to us. Colbett sat down at its side, dropping the container. I could have saved him, it stuttered. Colbett screamed, standing up with the last energy it had left. Tears slipped down its face as it turned on its light. Colbett shined its light on Yukon, his face showing through its broken helmet, pale and limp. Captain! Jolkin yelled back, seeing the light appear from out the window. I don't care. I don't care anymore. We could have stopped this. Now look at us. Yukon, here's something you deserve, Colbett cracked, unscrewing its helmet. It turned its light away to face the forest, listening as its helmet began to pick up the intense static reflecting from it. It walked forward, its arms held out to its side, embracing its ever-shrinking future as the entire forest uprooted itself for this new source of embracing its ever-shrinking future as the entire forest uprooted itself for this new source of food. Jolkin watched from the window, arms pressed against the glass as the lights inside cast their final flicker before joining the rest of the world in darkness. The end. Fucking sucks. That sucks. That sucks ass. You know? Oh. This is the thing that got him. It's like a biodex. It lists all the creatures that were in it. Notice how it doesn't list the Lysiurk or whatever that fucking playful ass thing was. It's because it didn't exist. That thing was all... Here, wait. Server. Oh my fucking god. Evolving similar traits to the mimic, servers are more advanced and are able to compose fake radio signals based on information collected over time about their prey. The server also shines a hue similar to that of the algae to further camouflage itself as a place of food and energy. Its primary target is Trid, but it is able to adapt to a wide variety of creatures that use radio frequencies to communicate.
Once its prey is in its vicinity, it puts them to sleep and feeds their brain information through tendrils to make them believe they are in a safe place while it feeds from them. Their hosts are in a dreamlike trance, where the server is able to access their minds and formulate more targeted fantasies. The advantage of this hunting method far outpaces that of the shadow mimic, given that it can keep its hosts alive and nutrient for far longer. The server appears tall and veiny as it is very susceptible to damage, so it hides in tiny cave openings. The better its illusion, the more likely it is to survive. The "safe locations discovered" message was due to a server, as well as the strange sleepiness the Kamluks felt as they approached. It was designed to soothe its prey into submission, where it can then feed from them. Ooh, sheesh. So that's what got him. They could have made it back to the escape pod, and everything would have been fine. There was one message that was real, though. From inside the dreams, there was a message they checked, and it was the same. A wormhole had been discovered really close, and that may or may not explain why they disappeared on the radar. And yeah, they disappeared on the radar because maybe they entered a wormhole, and they woke up in a planet that's twice the size of the one they originally wanted to go on, so they are most likely on the wrong planet. And that thing in the cave, it said, "You're not on Kippet." So, what if they're not on Kippet? From the little fucking storyline of Silam and their team going into search for the Hilla, they get murdered. All of them. All the people on that ship got murdered because they were awake going in to look for the Hilla in the void. They were awake. But what if something got them, the Hilla? What if something got it and put them somewhere, is experimenting on them? Because the light focused on them, went it out. Someone froze. It killed all of them, and there's fucking weird fourth dimensional shit happening here that forms into existence from nowhere, and it kills everyone on board. What if that got everyone in Group 1, and it put them somewhere to study them? I left this story up to interpretation because there's no real way I wanted it to go, other than they entered and something is in the void. Something way more advanced than the Kamlugs is in the void. It's almost 4 a.m. Yeah, but there's something in the void that's extremely dangerous. And I actually have a story planned for the next book, or the next story. It's called Less Than Real. It's going to be Kamlugs that are super advanced, that came back in time to this universe, and they fucking walled off the void in a material that makes it look like there's nothing there, but it is. That's where they live. And their entire civilization is trying to prove if the universe is a simulation or not. And these people, maybe, were an experiment. Say, I don't know. That's awesome. But yeah, that's the Spaxium one. This is the one I'm writing now. It's not Less Than Real. It's the first section. It's about a company called Orange Beam that makes portals to different universes, and it's about how they were founded and stuff. But yeah, this story is really cool. It has one of the most beautiful sentences I've ever written. I'll read it, and then I think you should go to bed. Just the sentence though. Wait, where is it? It said, oh, it was Cascade. I found my passion in science looking to the stars. Before I decided to pursue particle physics, I took astronomy in a pretty dingy little school. A brick building that stood a bit higher than the surrounding architecture down a crowded one-way road. I would always remember the mosaics built into the faded red brick walls, colorful glass beads cascading portrayals of the night sky down brick walls and into the road, flowing in and out of windows and store doors, accompanied by the gentle flapping of artistic garments strung from old drawing lines above. Ooh! Okay, yeah, that's it. This one is the one that I haven't released yet. So, I'm kind of done with reading, though. Okay. I'm almost done with reading. Check that. Because you're here and that you're cool. I'll read it from the start, but this is the first section of Escaping Entropy, so it like introduces you to the aliens and everything. That's kind of weird though. Oh wait, I'll end my wait, no I won't. Universe Collapse, Section 1. Another cold morning. Even though the heater's been on for hours, it didn't overcome the howling wind beyond the shelter's walls. I tossed my blanket aside, shaking my head as I approached the furnace, tapping the temperature back up to something I could stand. I crouched down to the fire, holding my arms in front of its warm glow, watching them begin to lighten up. Tiles lined the top of the furnace, an interesting pattern of grayscale shapes that were supposed to match the color of a comlug's healthy skin. And they do help, but mainly they're just a reminder of how out of shape I had gotten. I sat by the fire until my arms matched the color of the tiles. I noticed I was growing a little yellow from my bad diet, but that was the first thing I said I'd fix in my New Year's resolution. The sun had barely risen, the sky still gray in anticipation of its warmth. Winter hadn't treated me very nicely, or my mental state, but it is only my second winter here, and I'm confident that this isn't the worst thing I've gone through. I thought adapting would be easy, but it turns out that isolation doesn't treat you too well. I still catch public broadcasts every day, which is enough to keep me from going insane, but I miss the sight of others. Once I'm warm enough, I throw a coat over my bare back, clenching from its cold surface. I shiver a little before sitting down at my computer, curling my tail under my belly to sit down comfortably on the fluffy carpet. As much as I hated this place, I couldn't deny how nice it was. I turned my computer on, tilting my head from side to side in an attempt to pop my neck before beginning another log video. Log 136. These damn snowstorms are starting to get on my nerves. I keep having to remind myself that I'm safe here, but I kinda miss work. I look away from the camera, pressing my arm to my head. It was kinda fun messing with Griff, that poor bastard. I crack a smirk, looking back to the camera. I lean back to stretch. Well, I guess now he can rest easy. I wish I knew what you guys were doing now that I'm gone. I've seen how bad security is now that everyone thinks everyone's a fucking spy. I scoff. Well, anyway, I've been developing my equations. It's too bad there's not really much to do with them out here. I guess the simulations you programmed onto my computer do help a lot, but I guess I just miss the actual equipment. Programming isn't my strong suit. How long have I been here? I crack, looking to the ceiling and fidgeting with the scale on my arm. What even led to this disaster anyway? The whole world just kinda went apeshit 'cause of us. That's all I knew. Then I'm being flown off to the middle of nowhere for my own safety. I mock the word, dancing to my own air quotes. Seems everything's going to shit. I heard you all had to relocate the lab.
I raised my brow, pulling my lip to the side. How the hell did you manage to relocate a fucking particle accelerator? I know the underground service got a lot of people to help with that, but damn, that's even more impressive than tearing the fabric of the universe in half. I'm waiting to hear back. It's all I can do. I hope to see someone soon. I lean to the screen, ending the recording. Chapter 1, Orange Beam. Oh, my voice?
So cute.
I need water. Need water. Also, thank you. Wait, this is a different voice. This is a news reporter voice. Laisha's most powerful particle accelerator reaches its end in a disaster on par with that of a nuclear bomb. Last week, the world-renowned magnetron accelerator published its last article, stating, "The laws of antimatter differ from our known logic, and a new model of our universe's laws of physics must be proposed in order to properly document these changes." Not much was stated about what these new laws were, but it was implied that they would continue their research of antimatter to properly document it before publishing anything. Little did they know, this would bring them to their downfall. The magnetron has exploded, causing upwards of 160 casualties. The entire faculty was on the scene, all succumbing to the explosion. The disaster left nothing but a radioactive wasteland behind, causing mass fallout to the northern regions of Laisha as it inches its way into the southern border of the sacred Unai territory. It is essential that all residents evacuate the area to avoid exposure. The plan seemed to work exactly as intended. With the growing concern from communities in the area, the machine shutting down was their number one priority. It did seem awfully convenient for it to end in catastrophe at the time it did, but given the facility's last published article, it was believable. Conspiracies about just how all that fallout managed to come from one singular experiment were on the rise, but one thing was for certain. Orange Beam's faculty were all dead. End of story. That would mean no more danger to potentially rupture the fabric of the universe, and that was good in everybody's books. Even if the explosion was a cover-up, the facility was shown to be completely demolished, news broadcasts showing photos of just how obliterated the scene had been. With the accelerator completely torn up and destroyed, the root of the problem had been eliminated. But the images were all fake. Unknown to the public, the underground service signed an agreement with the laboratory that their operations were to continue at all costs, regardless of the circumstance. The world was beginning to suspect that Orange Beam was up to something beyond the limits of proper safety guidelines. Its failure would result in the end of the world, or so help them a portal opening to an alternate dimension. The truth was that nobody actually knew where the blast had come from. Everybody expected it to have come from a failed collision, but the blast was only surface level at most. The general public had known the accelerator was underground, but depth remained classified, so the explosion was an attack on Orange Beam. And although it didn't cause any damage to the facility or the faculty, the Federal Investigation Agency pinned it down to a conspiracy group focused on preserving the environment. How ironic. Of course, the public was still led to believe that this was all still an accident. Either way, the facility was fine, but if discovered to still be in operation, more attacks could follow and spell out their actual end. Orange Beam was to be relocated officially to a separate continent entirely in order to remain safe and active, being provided almost complete isolation along with the power it would need to sustain experiments. But that's where these dumbass protection laws come in. Obviously, having all your eggs in one basket is a bad idea, and I can't disagree, but their workaround was to send me to the opposite side of the planet. Monkilla was the perfect place to move to, as it was the most desolate country on the planet. Although the third largest continent, its population had stagnated from underdevelopment and lack of mainstream resources. The only good reason to live there was its booming market in oil and minerals, but with hardly anybody to actually harvest the materials, it kinda just sat there and rotted. Its southern border is also known to be a popular nuclear test site, too. Way to add insult to injury. With orders from the underground service, I was flown to a similar area, just close to the North Pole on the opposite end of the planet. They had prepared what was essentially a retirement home for me. Even though I hated the idea, it was the most luxurious place I had ever seen, packed with a gym, pool, sauna, among numerous other luxury leisures. The only real downside was that I was so far away from everyone, set up in my own little vivarium to sustain myself for an undetermined amount of time. They've implied I will be brought back to the facility once everything's up and working again, but long nights by the fire pit outside get me thinking that this is really where my story ends. I still had to remain isolated, but I was given enough to continue my research and still provide some help for Orange Beam, which was somehow still able to operate under that name. With all sides satisfied, Orange Beam and the second magnetron were beginning to get back into their original operation status. Of course, here we are now, out in the middle of nowhere, playing with buttons and programs to come up with lists of possible future experiments. I never thought I'd sign up to this when joining the job, but hey, a life commitment means you're committed for life. Although the relentless winter was harsh from inside, it wasn't so bad to actually experience it outside the walls. Aside from the dry air, it wasn't actually too bad of a place to hike and explore. With the added benefit of non-existent light pollution, the night sky was always beautiful. Like most others, I had found my passion in science looking to the stars. Before I decided to pursue particle physics, I took astronomy in a pretty dingy little school. A brick building that stood just a bit higher than the surrounding architecture down a crowded one-way road. I would always remember the mosaics built into the faded red brick walls. Colorful glass beads cascading portrayals of the night sky down brick walls and into the road, flowing in and out of windows and store doors, accompanied by the gentle flapping of artistic garments strung from old drying lines above. The road was often busy, so the school wasn't always easy to get to, but being crowded down that road let me get familiar with each stone on the wall. It wasn't so much of a school as it was a scientific emporium, with a small room at the top the locals had transformed into a classroom. The building was round at the base. A staircase led up and around the inside through an old wooden door, and a tinge of dust sprinkled between the cracks and bricks that were too high to dust off. The shelves inside were mounted to the walls, and if you climbed the metal fence of the stairway, you could get on top of them. The ceiling hung low enough to hang a model of the solar system from it, each student from the classroom above modeling each of the planets, most of the effort being put into the 4 habitable worlds: Eurymedis, Nyclus, Ledau, our planet, and Yeditwa, with its 32 moons. Our little emporium not only let other comlugs see how boarding shuttles and transport ships worked, it allowed public access to the best telescope in the whole town. Obviously the coolest thing in the building, I became obsessed immediately. I remember looking through the eyepiece, trying to get a view of the larger cities structured about the planet's surfaces. I remember buying tons of constellation papers, and my room began to look more and more like the Emporium. The curtains were replaced by blackout curtains with silver stars sewn in. The ceiling festooned in glowing stars matched to real constellations. With the ever-present light from the city, I needed to go somewhere else to see the constellations for myself, and I had already planned a summer trip across the sea with Renka to the icy part of Blue Doll. I met Renka during my time at private school. It didn't attend the same school as me, and we didn't even really share many interests, but it was the first nice voice I had heard in quite some time. As corny as it may sound, I believe I met it in the back of a romance section of a film wall store. We stayed in the store almost until it closed, and I don't even really remember what we talked about. I just knew I made a connection I never thought I could that night. I slept well, too. After a few years of our connection growing stronger, I made the decision to save up for an engagement necklace, an endeavor that I undertook for the better part of 3 years. It was a golden-orange choker, laid with black opalescent gemstones from the finest mines in the solar system, and though it cost a small fortune, it was the least I could do. I couldn't afford the comforts of space hotels, especially after my huge purchase, but Blue Doll was known for its dense culture and fantastic food.
Because of the cold, the Blue Dahlian cuisine would have to keep us satisfied if we were to stay out for longer than the few hours thermosynthesis could fuel us for. And of course, staying out for long was part of the plan. Oh my god. This is a alien love story, basically. Oh, it's so good. Boarding the flight, Renka never stopped asking why it couldn't just check my luggage. Hiding the fact that there was an obvious jewelry pouch inside, I didn't let it get anywhere near the pack case. Renka finally gave up, leaning back in its chair and smiling to itself. It knew there was something in there for it, but I did a good job at keeping the secret of what it was. We booked a hotel room for a week at Blue Doll, one that sat at the side of a small valley and overlooked a small town called Orangetown. The hotel was one of the only top-tiered hotels in all of Blue Doll, so we made sure to choose a nice room, too. It came with a balcony to overlook the town in the valley. I was told that a lighting ceremony would happen on my 5th day of attendance, and after that, all the lights would go out and the sky could be in clear view. An apparent once-a-month ceremony the townsfolk would all contribute to in order to gain their name as a massive tourist attraction. But by the hotel employee's tone of voice, the lighting ceremony would be beautiful, and I wondered if it should be when I proposed to Renka. The first few days we mainly just explored the town, shopping for winter clothes and food. Though it was summer, the town was still covered in snow, hidden beneath its thick white mat. A tea shop sat across the hotel on a cliff edge. It looked like a demonic witch tower or something, but after being pulled in for morning tea, I could see how nice it really was inside. It served breakfast food and an assortment of teas. Lunar Mintwood tea was a fan favorite between us, and it had enough caffeine to wake us up for the rest of the day, too. I hid the necklace on the top shelf of the room's closet, somewhere I knew Renka wouldn't be able to reach. The tea shop had a better view than the hotel, so on the night of the lighting ceremony, I sneakily packed the necklace away in my day pack and brought Renka to the shop's top floor, where we stayed until the town's lights went off and were replaced by the overhead glow of a blanket of LED lights I hadn't seen before, all hanging from the clouds. Whoa, Renka cracked, stunned. I couldn't stop smiling. It felt so surreal that this moment was the start to the rest of my life. In the shadows, I quietly dug through the backpack for the necklace. Others in the room noticed what I was doing. Light from the window casting in just enough to illuminate me, yet Renka was oblivious. "Renka, dear, I have a question," I cracked. The light shining through the window illuminated a wide smile on its face. "Yes, hon?" It cracked, looking back over its shoulder to me. I knelt down, holding the necklace out in front of me. Renka's face fell to shock. "It feels like I've been waiting my whole life to spend with you. I want to be with you forever." "Yes! Oh my god, yes!" it cried, not letting me finish. Its eyes lit up, sparkling rainbows through wet tears. I walked over, slipping the necklace over its head, brushing its antenna back on the way down. It looked beautiful. We stayed in that tea shop hours after the LEDs went off, staring up and memorizing the stars, connecting each constellation to this moment to remember it forever. Our future had so much to it, and that was all we could talk about. Oh, I've been happy with it ever since. Started a family with 3 hatchlings and got to watch them grow and learn. I couldn't have made a better decision. I started gaining an interest in particle physics after taking chemistry. A lot of my questions couldn't be answered, so I figured I should help figure them out for myself. I wasn't the only one with this newfound dream, so a team quickly formed. We all wanted to pursue the answers as well. Astronomy hadn't really left my mind, but joining Red to explore space was just far out of my qualifications. The group started getting funded by locals just wanting to support our dreams, but the money allowed us to gain our own name. A group in search of answering all of science's unanswered questions. Even with that cheesy goal, it still caught enough attention and was funded enough to buy some fairly nice detection equipment for cosmic radiation and such. We were able to detect and record collisions straight from Nazem's garage,
where she pitched that we should turn our little group into a company. Remembering that time at Orangetown, a smile pulled at my lip, and without much thought, "Orange Beam," I cracked, making eye contact with all the members for any signs of objection, and after some silence and a little bit of nodding, "I like it," one of them said. Chapter 2, Starlight. My days now didn't really consist of doing much, but like I said, I have a radio, an alright television, and a really nice place. It's kinda sad I couldn't really bring family along. They were all told I was dead. Of course, I would never legally be allowed to go back and visit them in order to keep that a secret. And I mean, my friends too. It's not like I had a very exciting life at home, but I used to go out with friends to clubs and have fun meeting people and such. I've been told I'm really easy to get along with, and most of the time if I met someone I could chill with, they stayed close. I tried to tune in to broadcasts after the event to see what people were doing without me. I know it seems a bit egotistical, but when everyone thinks you're dead, that's kind of a natural allure. But, of course, nobody really streams funerals on live television, so I didn't even know if I had one. I was lucky to receive a supercomputer of my own where antimatter acted the exact way we had seen it act in real life. But I couldn't help but draw similarities between it and electron shells. The simulations were almost up to scale with reality given enough rendering time. It seemed that electrons dropping energy levels correlated exactly to how much energy was released during antimatter annihilation. Collision releases just as much energy as electrons losing energy, and both are going somewhere. Access to the logs of previous experiments showed me that the numbers the simulation was getting were correct. More experimentation would need to be done in order to determine what the simulations wouldn't show, but they did show enough to prove that something weird was happening. The particles exhibited strange behavior after impact. Their annihilation was studied closely. Where they were expected to collide and disappear or explode violently, they instead bounced off each other and slowly faded away. No radiation, nothing. The particles seemed to just phase from reality. Strange waves accompanied the particles as they disappeared. The sensors observing extreme space-time lenses so strong they were comparable to the lensing around a black hole. They could either be the result of an extreme gravitational pull, or space-time just violently ripping to somewhere. And given the direction the particles scattered, extreme gravity was ruled out. The antimatter isn't disappearing, it's going somewhere. Speculation. Theory. That's what this was. Without access to proper equipment, my ideas were laughable at best, and even I knew they were insane. Most collisions did not bounce like this, and even in the ones that did, the bounce was so infinitesimal that it was most likely a bad reading. Okay, that's the end of what I wrote so far in this book. What I'm planning for, he's gonna go on a hike and go camping out in the woods and see that the stars in the sky are disappearing. And this is actually going to bring about the end of the universe, but they are a portal company, so they are going to figure out how to open the portals and go there. So that's what this story's about. Pretty awesome. Okay. Good night, everyone.